Just fixing some stuff real fast since the other stream broke, so I have to retell everyone to come look at it, set up all the stuff, and the whole computer crashed. You know, Unreal Engine sometimes is a little bit on the feisty side, I think is the best way to put it. Maybe the most feisty. Alright, so let me get... this setup here. The thumbnail didn't work right, and nothing worked right. Stuff just kind of broke. Alright, new link in there. Hide the other one, hide my shame in my beat up computer here. It's not even bad a computer, but apparently it's just not the best. I'm gonna get rid of this since we've already started, but you know, making life hard on myself. Set the other one to private. Okay, shame has been hidden. New stream is up. So, I was just deleting some stuff, and that was enough. It's like, nah, man, nah. I deleted some old sprites, but there's a lot of files, so it's just like, what if, and it breaks. We'll call this the downside of using Paper's ED. It's a lot of files. If it breaks again, it might have. Oh my god, if it breaks like 2 minutes in because I moved some files, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that I need to do a test stream or something and figure out what's wrong instead of trying to live stream it. Looks like it maybe worked. I don't know, that lag was troubling. I didn't make any changes though, that's weird. Whatever. Whatever. Check my resource usage real fast here. It's using a lot of memory, as you can see by up there, but I mean, it's not that much really. Shouldn't be that much. I mean, I have like 64 gigs, right? Double check now. Oh, it's eating all the GPU memory on that one. Is it? Yeah, it looks like it's doing terrible things. Why? I'm gonna test something here. Maybe this level's got something weird going on in it. New level. This is not what I intended the stream to be about, trying to solve my streaming problems, but apparently if it's gonna keep crashing, I'm gonna need to make some changes. It's not the level's fault. But why? Never mind, this is what's free, right? No? Huh. I mean, it has to be what's free. Like, there's like nothing open for the most part. Maybe not, though. But I mean, it's got two different graphics cards, and one of them, the NVIDIA one, is the one doing all the streaming, so... This one here is literally for the purpose of just using UE. It has 12 whole gigs of GPU RAM. I don't know why UE's going so wild. Unless it's fighting with the other one to use the same GPU. It doesn't usually do that. GPU 0. It's set here. GPU 0 is in fact the AMD card. Huh. We're gonna try it out. If the stream crashes, then I'll have to do some test streams, some private test streams to see what the problem is. So I haven't changed my setup. All I did was put some monitors on some monitor stands, which has nothing to do with any kind of anything. So I suspect I lost my viewers though because they were sitting on the other stream. I hid those, right? Like they're gone? Sure. Yeah. Whatever. I will play with the landscape for a while. Whenever my mind is divided on things, playing with the landscape is my favorite thing to do. People are like, but use a real world thing. Yeah, well, if your game happens to be can you let me click on things, buddy? Oh, never mind. Multiple landscapes. If your game happens to be more open world, you can really get away with that. But I'm a little secret. Just because you took the, map of Abu Dhabi and decided this was your level, it doesn't make it very interesting. Like, unless it's open world survival or something. But listen, I don't want to make one of those. I'm making a game with cursed dolls in an attic. And paintings that go into strange worlds. That's what I'm making. Nobody's killing off random deer in order to get meat or something, like in Tomb Raider or something. The weirdest scene in the whole thing where you're just like, but she feels so bad about this deer and is fine with murdering random people, like, just wantonly. Just wow. I think I'm just gonna flatten the playable area. I just couldn't even get through this area when I was testing. I can actually smooth that down. It doesn't have to be flattened totally. I'm also using this as a method of kind of laying out where everything should be. Whoa. Yeah, it seems like there's some settings that are off suddenly. I don't know. I am a little concerned that the stream will collapse in itself at some point soon. We'll see. I will have to rethink how I do streaming. Let's just say right now I can't afford like a 4090 or anything, so if it comes down to needing that, I'm going to find a different method entirely of how I do this. I need to bring this up too so I can see anyone in chat. I'm actually not sure if open world levels are even good. Like, every time I use them, it seems like they just are not very memory efficient. So it kind of leads to this scenario where you're like, they start out fine, but then you get to this, like, the farther in you get, the more it's like you have to like hide things intentionally and stuff like that, and it doesn't really do a lot of the memory management that you would think it would. I'm going to go ahead and delete this PCG graph. For those people keeping track, that did nothing for the memory usage. But I mean, to be fair, the regular open world level did nothing too, so I really don't know where it's using all these resources, unless this project just has something wrong with it. I don't know. That's okay. Playing with the level design tools are fun, so, you know, UE is fun. And because I'm, you know, an indie dev, I realize that I need to make use of the landscapes as much as possible, because resources are... I don't want to spend a fortune on the game, you know? Like, I was testing out a water thing here. These have problems. In fact, I'm going to delete this thing. This thing has some issues. that came with 5.2 that I don't. I mean, I put in a sort of fix for it, but it makes it so hard to use. I don't even want to use it. I've been using little lakes in between instead. They don't look as good for a river thing, but oops, they kind of get the job done, mostly. Save everything real fast here. I'm paranoid we save a bit today because, well, it's gonna keep crashing. Yeah, I probably lost my watchers. I don't have an easy way to tell them that the stream broke. Well, I guess the Discord is kind of the way I told them, but... I'm almost tempted to do just a regular RPG setup. I use a normal sculpting tool here. It's already a bit, you know, different on top. I use an old RPGMaker map as my brush for that. It's funny. Don't let my time at RPGMaker would be considered totally worthless. There was that I did instead too. I'm gonna hide the area down here so they have to know to go over there. And by no, I mean they just have to be willing to look. Yeah, it's jerky and weird. I don't know what's causing that. That is very problematic, to say the least. I don't like it. No sir, I don't like it. No sir and or ma'am, I do not like it. I guess I can ramp it down there. Ramp kind of sucks. It's always a little not the literal best. It always looks weird. My explanation of ramp. Kind of wanted a little creek going through here. If that's the case, I'm going to grab a random blood lake, move it over, and just shrink it. A lot. Actually, that might actually, no. 20 might be better. It makes a lot more sense if it's actually like, you know, set to dark, but it's impossible to edit things with it being dark, so I have to have it set to a, well, it looks kind of weird at the moment. But I think I do want it to go over more. Probably higher up too. I can also dig something of a trench for it as well. Oh, it can't be that high. We'll make it as wide as it needs to be and then just bring it down some. I could actually, well, no, I'm not going to go for that lake. There's already a lake here. Well, I guess I could technically have a make up to, like, you know, do some platforming across the lake or something. Well, I design more like it's an RPG, and in reality I probably should be designing more like it's a platformer type of adventure game. Because there's one thing I've discovered, UE lends itself really well to physics. Not so well to other options. I was going to have a secret little area back here instead of like a pool thing. You need to be lower. I think I'm just going to dig a trench for it. This is where I wish I could have a river tool, but the river tool is broken and it doesn't sound like the guy's ever going to fix it. Hopefully he does, but I haven't seen even a single message on his Discord about it, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume ain't getting fixed. Or is unlikely to be fixed anytime soon. I'll probably have a way through. This way I can create like a little river. It makes a lot more sense. I could hide platforms too and have them jump over the river. I might just make it a global kill zone that's below a certain thing. Well, not really a kill zone, but a respawn. Because this is the thing. I need to put another thing over there too. As soon as I get everything where I want it to be, I'll worry about that, I think. Let's drop on in. I need to fix the mana issue too. You know, this makes a crappy river, but I could use the actual UE ones. They don't work very well. Like, they get stuck at a weird height that you can't. I don't know how you change them to make them without. Like, if you set them to not adjust the landscape, then they won't go above a certain height on the map. It's weird. They don't just fill in the location like you would expect them to. Like, there's a water table or something. I'm not here for realism, okay? Okay, well, I put that in a bad location, by the way. But listen, when I was going to put this here, I didn't realize that was going to be there. So I could go full RPG. One of the problems with the I've seen with Paper ZD is when you jump. Like, I adjusted it so it does that, but when you land, it does a thing that's, you know, it knocks them back to the paper look. And if you're like just happen to zoom up like this, then what are you gonna do? You know, you're gonna make the whole sprite rotate. Like, it'll look really weird. I thought about it though. I might still do that. Have like a limited rotate, or maybe divide it by 2. I don't know. I think I drank way too much tea. I will be right back. Not that anyone's currently watching, but I'm just saying. In the future, if for some reason you're watching the stream after the fact, I will be right back. In fact, I will... let's right back. Alright, so I've learned something very important. If you stream on YouTube and it crashes, just stop for the night, I think, because what happens is YouTube no longer recommends it to anybody. You're like, well, no one watched the last one. Well, yeah, YouTube, that's because it crashed. Duh. What's this doing out here? Did I really add a giant floor thing that far out? Do I need one like that far out? In section floor. What if I delete this one? It's like way over here. Why do I have it? That's weird. I mean, I understand why these are here because it's for this, but... Huh. I guess I just randomly added it. I remember last time I couldn't add that ceilings beyond a certain point either for this one. It was a weird error that I couldn't figure out what caused it. And now it works. I don't know what caused that. Like, I was trying for a long time on like a previous stream to add one. It wouldn't. It said, oh, it's there, but you couldn't see it. Huh. So I retooled the whole area just so I could have that as a thing. Fair enough. Whatever. Alright, so... I mean, technically, I could just keep increasing the size of this one if that's the case. Also, this one's much higher up. This one is at, what, 9? There you go. Of course, now I kind of have a water table going on here, don't I? I'll just increase the size of this one. That should fix that problem. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's like the right landscape. I was like, I'll just have multiple ones, then I can just create this full set of it. That can also be why it's so heavy. One landscape is way bigger than the others. I don't know. Now it's not using hardly anything. So, I don't know. Like, it just... I got nothing. It just crashes. Okay, well this is the lousiest server. I'm almost tempted to use water, but the thing is, it's supposed to be nighttime, so I gotta remember that. It's like... It's at the day right now, but... It's supposed to be night. So if that's the case, I gotta make it where it actually looks like it's nighttime. I'm really tempted to take platforming out of the game and just make it like a regular RPG. There's like a walk-off ledge feature. I'm gonna check something out. I'm curious. Maybe I do go that route. Well, no, because I want to be able to jump from weird, like in these areas, not so much, but in the actual attic areas, I want to be able to jump from like, you know, pieces of junk in the attic to other pieces of junk in the attic. Because here I want Poppet to seem like she's almost normal size, kinda, and here I'd want her to be like, seem like she's tiny. Which means I should really be working on this area, but whatever. Probably gonna get rid of the doll stuff. The only because of the legality problems where I paid for it, but I'm not sure I can have the legal right to use it because buying things off the Epic market is kind of dumb. It's kind of a running gag now where I'm not sure I'm even buying the rights to use the stuff I get off the Epic market. Which is not really a good thing, thinking about it. It's really not. But that's what's happened so far. I'm not sure I have the rights to use things I buy off the Epic market. Some stuff, sure, but I mean, there was the issue with Sidearm Studios where they turned out to have an entire asset that was like that, and I have a bunch of graphics for them too, so now my question is the rest of their stuff okay? They've been really quiet on their Discord about it. Just saying. And then that doll stuff there. I've only bought like, I think, 4 things on the market ever. What, 50-50. The other one's from like Larite Studios. And it's awesome. I love their stuff, but I'm gonna be real sad. It was like $100 from the guy. I got like half off or something, but still, I'll be sad. Oh wait, no, I bought Sika Mansion right before they gave it away for free like 3 weeks later. Yeah, I got nothing. Anyway. We're on the weird smooth one. Let's move this then. That's probably a little easier. I might actually make this just more lake area. Like it could be like a little island it goes onto. Have them cross it, I guess. That could be cool. Sure. I'm willing to thug it like that. Open fields are cool and all, but are they? Are they really? I was gonna have a thing there, but am I? I think I'm just gonna put this here and go a little more wild with it. Then I'm gonna probably move one of these staircases up there. I actually have another asset that has a whole bunch of things in here for it. Let's see. That would actually work like I could use them as stairs or pathways. What were they called? I just crammed a bunch of these here to test them out and see if I like them. Huh. Am I blind? I might be blind. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, it's this one. This is just a random gear, right? I'm gonna drag it on there and see what it does. What it do? I think it's just a rotating gear, though. Oh. Don't create that actor. I have to remember, I'm really far up in the sky there. It's not even that bad of an actor, but what does it do? Is it just like a spinning wheel? Is that it? Oh, it's here. And it's apparently not even set to something I can jump on. I guess most people don't jump on gears, but listen, I jump on gears. It's supposed to spin, potentially. Oh. Actually, simple's probably okay with you, right? No, it's not, because it'll be too high. Right? I'll save it and see. Is there a rotate option? There's a variation. Oh, crazy. Huh. Huh. That's cool. And it spins. Nice. I mean, I can make that myself too, but listen. This one's kind of cool. Apparently not. Okay. I get the feeling it's using more than one. Let me just go ahead and we'll get it. Collision. Oops. I wanted... Why would you make your gear not have collision? That's weird. I guess we're just gonna have them in the background. That's cool. For everything else, I don't know. Oh, I just hit it, so that's good. I'm almost tempted to set Poppet like slightly lower just so I don't have to have the complicated collision. Because it's so heavy to have that kind of collision. But if I moved her sprite lower, then it could actually have the collision be simple and all the things would have it perfectly set up. I don't know. It seems kind of like a ghetto solution, but sometimes game dev is about ghetto solutions, so there's that. There is that indeed. There's something I want to test though. I don't need that. The weather plugin I have, make it big so I can really see. That looks weird. Apparently if you enlarge it, bad things happen. It says that complex collisions don't block it. So I'm seeing if simple ones block it or not. Because I'll need to know that for purposes of design. It looks like it blocks it. Huh. You see him splashing on there. Okay, so that appears to work. Huh. Do complex to simple and see if it shows splashes on it or not. It looks like it does either way. Yeah, it looks like it blocks it either way. Okay, rapidly spinning is pretty disgusting. I kind of get motion sickness, don't mind me. Just would like to point that out. It was really bad news for me to look at that like that. Oh, look. I think this was $2.50 and it does pipes too. And I'm tempted to spend more time making it more steampunky because I need to keep a total like a coherent art strategy here, but I've only got access to so many things. And I can have an outside world, I can have a steampunky thing, there might be the occasional weird clown type of thingy for these people, but overall I think it's going to be... I don't have enough assets to make an entire clown world, you know? So I'll probably have more steampunky things and pipes and stuff going through here. This just falls through, right? Yeah, it'll launch you. That's too fast. That is just painful to look at. Motion sickness me is not happy with what I just saw there. No. Motion sickness me doesn't like any version of this. I mean, you can easily make my own too. It wouldn't be as designable. This one has a bunch of different options, but I can just as easily make a rotator. Rotating gear. my stuff makes me feel almost sick looking at it. I don't want rotating. This one's going to rotate a different way that won't make me sick. We'll use this one, why not? Okay, let's add a static mesh. No, it's off to the side now. Apparently if it's really close to the screen thing here, it'll actually do it on the other screen. Alright, this is the one I gotta rotate. Yeah. Sure. The rotating movement. Yep. Alright, rotating thingy set up. Doot. I could also just add it to the other thing, thinking about it. Whatever. That is not the rotating I was expecting. It's funny though. It's 120, I guess. Well, that's its own thing. This reminds me like a bear trap here. Alright, jump through it. Okay, well, those people keeping track. That is actually kind of a cool thing there. I almost want to keep it now. You know, I might just do complex collision on all those just to get it over with. If I need to use them as like things that you're going to actually run around on top of, then they're going to need to be that anywhere. Let's see. Static mesh. Oh, it's preparing textures. Give it a moment. It may explode. Yeah. I lost all my viewers due to the issue with the double stream problem. I need to find a way to recover those streams, man. I guess on Twitch it's possible, but on YouTube I haven't found a way to do it at all. Could that be an interesting compelling game? I don't know, I never really bothered me with platformers. I'm starting to wonder if I need platformers. Like in the painting areas they can be more fantastical, but in the regular areas I may not need that, but... I also don't want to get too many resources in here because if you put too many in, then the game will be huge and I won't be able to distribute it on anything but like Steam. We're putting these in place of everything until I until I actually put in platforms and stuff. So should probably have one up here actually, right? And then make them earn it. Not a bad idea. Oh, hi, Naochia. How's it going? Oh, thanks. Slowly but surely, it'll be hopefully good by the end. I don't know. I got rid of all the PCG stuff at the moment because it's hard to edit a map around it. But I have you travel into the paintings and then into other areas too. So. Oh, because it's supposed to be like an evil circus map, and it's actually supposed to be night while it's doing this, but I can't edit it at night. Like, it's actually supposed to look, I don't think I actually need it raining. I was testing something. Do like, oh, he's fine, I guess. Yeah, so it's supposed to be more like that type of thing here. And then I'll jump in there and take a look at it or something here. Get out of here. I need to deal with the fact that it's only loading portions of the map in a distance, so you can see those you shouldn't be able to. But yeah, find a better area, I guess. But yeah, it's yeah, so that's why the water is actually red. It's not even that red at night, honestly. I'm actually running backwards through the level because it's the reason. Oh, just where I loaded at. But yeah, you're playing as, you know, a doll who's like a cursed doll, and these, there's all these other cursed toys in this, you know, attic and everything, and there's a... Oh, apparently it's very laggy. I'm not very far into the game. Normally you're inside these random attics and everything like that, but whenever you go into these paintings, it leads into different worlds. That are like inside the paintings and like that. And there's a ghost lady who, you know, can send you through the paintings to get to these places, and use them to get to other portions of the attic, so... Otherwise, you'll be in like the regular attic area and battling other toys. But kind of right now, it's mostly a Diablo style game. It's very laggy today for some reason. I followed someone's tutorial on how to do AI, and ever since then, it's been very laggy. Their tutorial was not a good one. No. Oh. Thanks. I haven't added that many in yet. I'm kind of working on it. It's also supposed to be a bunch of trees too. Let me fix that real fast too. Or at least I'm testing them out. I'm not sure exactly which kind of trees I'm going to use yet, but for purposes of this, we will make dreams come true and set it up real fast. And now there's trees everywhere. Yay! And then they just make it really, really hard to edit anything, so... I was playing with random gears over here and everything. Adding in stuff. I haven't actually I was adding in assorted water and have to make a platform to get through, so I haven't actually put one in yet. You can turn into a ghost and go to get places too, so has limited potential then. Or like a limited distance, I should say. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of working on the landscape at the moment, and then go from there towards well, I was working on some AI stuff earlier, but then the stream crashed and all that got lost to history. Didn't like it anyway, that's right. So now in rebellion against, you know, having to do it over, I'm playing with the landscape instead. I'll get back to it eventually, I guess. I know I will. But and eventually you make it all the way to the end of this particular map here. There's a couple points where you go back into an attic over in this general area, though the attic's a weird corrupted attic, and then I haven't even got to the final area yet. You're gonna be like way over here. You can't even see it while I'm doing this, it's silly. You go through this whole level, end up in here, and this takes you to the next section where there'll be another painting to go through. So, yeah. That's kind of what we're doing at the moment. And the most interesting thing that I'm doing, why I mentioned it in there, is I'm using 2D sprites for the characters. So you like zoom up there, you can see she's actually a flat character. She's a sprite. I'll probably disable the ability to zoom up like that, by the way, later. When she's in the air, I have it where you can rotate her a bit, but oh, it totally is. I'm going to add in stuff right now. They're just kind of a placeholder. So I was learning the PCG graphs because I'm still learning the engine. I mean, this project's like a few weeks old at most. So there's not a lot mature about it yet. I'm in the very early stages. But whenever I need to just show a random forest, that just randomly generates when I use it instead, and it's good enough for now. But I'll probably make it something of an adventure game, bit of platforming in there, which I'm not sure how I'm going to set up yet. I know how to make the platforms, I'm just not sure how I want to build the level yet. I'm usually the art guy, not the programming guy, not the game designer guy. So I'm responsible for all like the character sprites and everything like that, but I'm just doing it solo because, yeah, why not? So I'm like, how do you design a level to be like fun? I don't know. And yeah. That's kind of what I'm doing. Do you do game dev as well? Or are you just randomly happening by? I think I might make a little island in the middle of the lake here because I kind of like islands in the middle of the lakes here. We're going up. I'll be mean and deny the player. Put an island here they can't look at. Oh, I can't get to. I'm actually gonna. There's a ghost form that lets you get to these things. You could actually reach it if you wanted. I love secrets. I'm just gonna cram them in here as much about them. Oh, nice. YouTube got my back. YouTube's been recommending me a lot lately to people. Just I did a stream I think like last week or something, and then I had a bunch. Like I got sick and didn't come back for a bit. And that stream has gotten more views since I streamed it than the actual stream. Which is weird. YouTube's like recommending previous live streams. It's only weird because I've done like 118 of them and they've never recommended one before in the past. So not after the fact, like during, sure. They pop to the top of people's things because you're live. And YouTube's like, well, it's live, so we better recommend it immediately. Otherwise, you know, people will miss it. So YouTube heavily recommends live stream. So if you're not like a big YouTube channel or anything like that, live stream. And YouTube will actually send people your way. Or do shorts. Don't do regular videos. I tried that. It doesn't work. No. All my traffic was coming from off of YouTube. But I think everyone should try game dev. You're like, you know, Unreal Engine is super easy. It's basically like doing art half the time anyway. You can just make things out of nowhere and you can just build that dream game you've always wanted. Well, okay, you can make a game that is like the dream game you always wanted. Chances are your dream game is an impossible game for one person to make. I know mine is. But you can make cool stuff. As long as you're willing to put in a lot of effort. I actually started with RPGMaker, so well, welcome back, Mike. Sorry about losing you earlier on the other stream, but well, the other stream decided to go bork, and that was the end of that. I was very sad. I was like, I have no idea what caused it. No, thanks, Nojo, and you know, I'll be here, happily using Unreal Engine, building that dream game that'll maybe someday get made. Yeah, maybe. Oh, power nap, nice, nice. I took one of those before the stream. I understand. I was like, I've slept 4 hours today. I'll get an hour in. It'll be good. Spoiler, it was a good hour. I felt much better after that hour. I'm not sure what I'm doing with this out here. I'm just making it. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. No. This brush is terrible. It takes forever to do anything. That's way better. Oh, here's the real one. This is the one that I usually use. If you look closely at the brush, it's a map. It's a map from when I was doing RPGMaker. That's what makes it funny. And the reason I use it is because it acts like noise. But unlike the regular noise thingy that doesn't really work, this one works great. You just get a much more realistic look by it just being, you know, like, you see when I do it this way, it's like, it's perfect. Like this thing, it's like all messed up intentionally, like there's stuff sticking out of the water and stuff, and I just got to do a bit of smoothing over the top, right? And then it's just maybe not that much smoothing. Go ahead and reduce the strength of that to something not stupid. You start to kind of smooth it a little more, and suddenly it's like a little better. I usually smooth with the map though. Actually, I should do this in a second. Let's smooth with the map. So first we load her up. Yeah, you get much more of a real look. I remember some video, some guys like, yeah, you can never really get this. You have to go into an art program to make it look all cool. I'm like, yeah, no you don't. I'll just use my little RPGMaker map. Yeah. So I probably raise these up a bit like this. Yeah, you see how it gets like all the little like weird things. It's just random enough to be good. The other trick is just simply take the flatten tool and just go doot doot doot. Just click it randomly around the place, and it'll create more of a realistic look than just going straight up with it. Because the world's not very rounded. I think I'm going to blockade this off and then have a secret area around here so you can jump to one then jump to the other to get back there using the ghost form. So I realize that's a thing that you have. Now that I've been reunited with my beloved better mapping tool here. Let's go ahead and just raise this up a bit. Doop, doop, doop. Aha. It looks so much better, and I did way less effort. I mean, I just got to go back through and do a bit of, you know... Actually, I might use erosion instead. And then just use the image again to erode it. Because I can do that too. Like, it just works so much better. You just erode with that as well, and it's like, makes it... Get sort of those sharp edges that aren't real. Wow, we might come back and hit some smoothing on it later, but still. Then you get a much nicer type of rolling feel with them. I do need to clean up these caves. Caves are really hard to make in this. Well, okay, they're not really hard to make, because if you try to make the same thing in like RPGMaker or something, good God, you know, it'll never work out for you, but I'm actually thinking that maybe I shouldn't have this weird type of creepy area here and just restrict it entirely to when you're in the paintings. Because why would the attic be all weird and creepy and everything? It'd be much better if it was just the attic like that. Oh yeah. I was going to have a giant doll fight there. But all I did was put the actual, put a single frame in for the character to represent them. And I didn't bother to put anything else. Till later. So it can be like a super menacing single frame. It's actually kind of creepy that it watches you. Kind of reminds me of those paintings that you see, like, you know, where the eyes always follow you. It's like, whoop, whoop. Still watching you. Oh my God. This could actually be one hell of a horror game where you're just doing stealth to avoid everybody. To be honest, that might even be more fun. But for the Game Jam game, that was actually the original final boss. Which looks really terrible when you get up close, though. That's, well, just literally flat. I may yet switch to some of the models. I might leave parts for some of them too. I don't know. I might do a combination. I realize these paintings have secretly morphed this into what art was originally morphed into. Even though that game had nothing to do with what it was going with. At least this game, it makes sense. The other game is just like, wait. She's not an Alice. She doesn't go into like some bizarre world. I mean, she's not that trope, I should say. Poppet's way more of an Alice character. You know, like suddenly thrust into a weird world that's just, you know, full of absurd things. Yeah, that's an Alice. I mean, don't get me wrong, she gets there because she died. But, got her soul stuffed into a doll. But, in a weird, perverse way, that is way more of an Alice than, you know, Miranda, who's simply, you know, running off into the mountains because, you know, she saw her family get killed and just falls down a chasm. Only in the original story, there was no weird, bizarro world she went into. She just simply woke up in a hospital later and was protected by other people. And her story doesn't really begin until much later, but I was like, oh, to make this interesting. And pretty soon it went down the wrong path of taking everyone else's ideas. Like, by everyone else, I mean all the other characters I had in their stories. And it's like, this character was not meant to be this. Which made making her story even harder. It's like, well, now I have to cram in things that couldn't be there. So, much better that Poppet does not have this problem, because Poppet is literally very close to an Alice trope. Very close. Guess I could make him look at the water a little more. People like to look at water, even if it's blood, I guess. There is a real danger of feature creep with this game, though. I'm kind of thinking that as I was going, wait, if I just make her go into these paintings and have these cool worlds, okay, well, now I gotta make all those worlds. We're just gonna stick with the first one. Like, if, you know, the game does great, neat. If not, that's fine. Seeing as how the original version didn't do great, I'm not expecting much. Though more people have expressed interest in it now that I've actually bothered to make it look better. So, once again, looks are pretty much all that matters. Nobody looks sideways at your game if your game looks like crap. And by nobody, I mean the general public. There's always going to be fringe people, but, I mean, obviously I got fringe people looking at it beforehand too, but there's a reason why, you know, Miranda walking through a rainstorm got more views than everything I've ever done in RPGMaker combined. And it literally took, like, I don't know, maybe like half a week to set up because I was mostly screwing with their model. It shouldn't have taken that long. I was just learning things at the time. In reality, I should actually just be making a story like that. It'd be a lot better. People would probably be more excited by it than the actual game. I might still do that. I might still turn her thing into just a random story that shows up on YouTube. Because, you know, it's, I mean, visuals sell. They just do. And getting people to watch a YouTube video is so much easier than getting them to download a game. So much easier. Like, I like this way better. Forces you to have to actually go up and down. Also, you can fall through that, by the way. I was going to have like some sort of more rotating gear type of things. It'd be more steampunky, but I actually kind of get motion sickness from that. So I don't know if I want those in the game, because I got to test it. If I have to test it, it's not going to work out too hard if I get motion sickness. To be honest, I probably, well, I don't know. I mean, how platforming do I want this to be? I'm much better at designing open RPG types of worlds than I am at designing platforming, which I don't. I think the thing is, platforming levels are more about game design, not really about visual aspects of it. See, because I've always been the guy who does the visuals, the artist guy. I feel like that's why I've got all these weird art skills and just like about everything, it seems like. But I've never done a lot of game design, like for levels and stuff, so. And the only reason it's really platforming is I really wanted you to be able to jump up on top of various, you know, attics you'd find in, various objects you'd find in an attic and then be able to get places, but. I don't know. I might make it not as platform-centric. There'll be platforming, but maybe not quite as much. So what I'm really seeing here is I just should probably go towards my strength. Of course, if you do that, then you got to make your enemies interesting. Once again, it's easy to make a game in just about any engine. However, content takes all the time. And content still takes forever in everything. However you look at it, content takes forever. I'm gonna raise this up a bit over here. Make it a little more interesting. Put a few more things sticking out. That's way too big. We sculpting? Actually, I'm gonna save. I haven't saved in a while. Takes a while to show it above the things there because of how low it is. I gotta raise it up a bunch to even show it up. Everything down below it could just be literally flat. Who cares? Because, like, literally, no, you can't see it. Actually, why am I reducing the strength of that tool? I should be using this one here. I could use it like Hydro or something like that and test it out. I don't know. I definitely don't want to give her a double jump or anything. I thought about going Metroidvania, but then that involves more mobility, and again, level design is the difference. The first area is not going to be that level design section. I mean, even like, what's like Alice Madness Returns had like, you know, the first area was like way less platform centric and was way more artsy, which is probably what I should do. Probably. Make a bridge over here, I think. Also, rivers don't tend to be perfect. Tie into existing memes? Pretty much could tell you. I mean, there has to be at least some kind of thing that keeps the player involved in it. Like, I mean, it can't be just so completely off the wall unless your game is literally about being absurd, but if you're trying to tell a story, you have to have some cohesion, otherwise the story won't make a lot of sense. I'm a little concerned about that. Oh, I mean, I'm gonna let the player learn things, you know, whatever Poppet knows the player knows. That's my theory on how it goes. That's how the story will be told. There will be some teaching, I guess, and there'll have to be an intro tutorial. I saw what happens if you don't have a tutorial. Oh god. Don't ever do that. You will lose so many players if you have no tutorial. Even for the simple, stupid shit. Like, you need it. But as far as deep mysteries of the world and everything like that, I'm not going to tell the player anything that Poppet doesn't learn. I forgot how fast this makes much more convincing mountains when you have this, when you do it this way. Any area the player doesn't go can actually be a completely impassable mess. So this way the player has even more reason to not go that way. I mean, I'm not trying for realism. They're inside of a painting, so... But yeah, as far as existing memes, Mike, I don't know what kind of memes I would throw in here necessarily. I mean... Maybe something, I guess. You gotta remember, I only have so many art assets, too, so... And the ability to create certain ones, but when it comes to 3D models, oof, my skills aren't good with 3D models. Not yet. They might eventually get there, but I'm gonna be a little bit. We flattening. Oh, I just raw dog the geometry. If you're making a playable area, doing it in an art program doesn't work very well because you're going to want to design your areas where so people can do jumps and platforms and stuff like that. So since I'm going to be having more things for them to interact with, it's going to be as build as I go. If you did open world, you could do like a height map or something, but those make terrible adventure games. They're great for open world sandboxes. It's just not an open world sandbox. gotta put something here because it's the water sticks out a little bit there. Still though. I put these bridges where I'm going to put platforming, so that I have an idea of where the platforms are going to go, or just various things to work with. Yeah, it's starting to look not too bad. Better tool for it's making all the difference. But yeah, I've manually made the entire map so far. It's also stream content. Height map, not stream content. Huh. Well, I mean, that makes sense if you're just going to do like a 3D model, but for the landscape, I don't really see why you would export that to Blender, because it exports as a height map. So it literally is just a JPEG. So you just export it to an art program and just do what you want with it. I mean, they might, except for the player doesn't ever go to them, so who cares? You know, like the player's gonna have a set area they go to, and that's it. So this is just, it's supposed to look like that. Also, the landscape system set up to do this intentionally, so that's the whole point of it. But yeah, if the player lands on it, it'd be crappy, but the player's not going there, it doesn't matter. It'll look like however it wants. I actually kind of put things in the right location initially, and now I'm doing the make it look better plan. Which, once you have it laid out, it doesn't take very long. Because, I mean, this looks like crap, but probably a little bit of work with it, and suddenly it's going to look way better. Yeah, I mean, you gotta have the creases and things like that to make it look all nice and neat. Like, you gotta make it, mountains don't tend to be smooth like these. Sometimes they are. I've seen it in real life before, but it is rare. There's definitely a mountain nearby, I mean, with half dome that is, in fact, exactly what it sounds like. Half of a dome. It's so bizarre. I'm like, this is such a perfect dome. Not typically what we do here, but yeah, if you were gonna go and edit these things, you would just pull it into an art program because it's a JPEG. It exports as a height map. That's how a lot of people even suggest doing it, is building it inside of an art program, but I'd rather build it in such a way that I can stuff things in the levels as I go. Though if I was doing an open world map, I would have just picked an area, like a real life area, and used that. Oh. I mean, it already looks pretty good, and then once you put in all the trees and stuff too, also keep in mind that it's supposed to be dark too. So it looks like this. And it's not finished, of course, but I mean, you can see me working on it right now, but as you can see, it looks way better at night because, well, less detail is an indie's best friend. Yeah. Well, like, it's really like, people don't take these maps and put them into Blender. That's not what they do in Unreal Engine. It's literally about taking it to an art program. It's just all about height map. But a lot of it's, if I want to export the height map right now. Let's go to... Oh, where are you, height maps? Forgot how to export the height map. Is it not in here? Huh. Damn it, I forgot how to do it. Well, it's easy to do if you remember how to do it. I don't. And why would you? Like, that's like the really inefficient way to do this. Why would you ever do that? You go to there and... Like, this already does all the geometry for you and all the work. You're literally adding a bunch of work to... Do what? This is not like a solid thing. This is broken into pieces already. Like, this is, You can see like each of these things, it's already broken into little pieces to start with. And it's divided up by... See, it's broken up into all these proxies. It already does all that for you. So you would not... There'd be no reason to do that. Because there are 213 actors involved. Actually, no, sorry, 67 actors involved with this particular landscape. But it already does all that memory management for you. It already, like, you can see all the different pieces of it. So you would never export this as like an object because it's not an object. You just export a height map. I had an old height map I had. I need to look up how to export them again. I have forgotten because I'm dumb. Load it up real fast. This was the original height map for it. It's since changed a huge amount since then, but you can get an idea. This is what it really sees. This is what you actually export them as. And then you can just simply draw on it in order to make more stuff. Like, people just draw things like that. And now suddenly there would be pits in all these areas in those shapes. And then it would just, when you bring it back in, it actually becomes, it splits it into all the pieces for you. So that's actually what you're supposed to do when you're starting out. A lot of people recommend you build your map initially like that, and then you edit it in the actual editor to make it fit your level. Or you could just do the, you know, if you're doing an open world game, you just grab a real world height map and drop it right in, and now your map is the real world topography of an area. But, like I say, I'm doing a more surrealistic adventure game, so that isn't going to work for me. But also stream content. It bugs me that I've forgotten how to export it, though. I thought it was just an option inside a landscape mode, and I'm pretty certain it is, and I just have completely forgotten. If you know what you're doing, it's actually only, I think, 3 clicks to do. Curse you, crappy memory. Bless you. You'd think it'd be under manage, though. Oh no, it's under import, right? Yeah, that's what confused me. I was like, wait a minute. Export height. Actually, save first in case it crashes. And find the location of the other height map real fast. Well, I mean, the landscape's already grossly efficient. That's the whole point of it. Everything else you put on there is not necessarily grossly efficient, but the landscape system is very, very efficient. So efficient that there's like 7 landscapes on this map, and it doesn't even care. Let's see, let's name the file real fast. All right, export a single file. It also takes all the coloring too on the things like that, and then export. And then this is the map. There you go. This is that particular landscape. You can see the lake and everything like that, the rivers and all that. Yep. But yeah, I mean, this landscape system's already grossly efficient. If you're gonna play with the editing stuff, like you can build your own static meshes in here and then edit them in there. Like you could build them with shapes and things, and like the negative and positive shapes. You could move them out of that into like Blender to make them better looking. That I could see doing. But you would never do that with the landscape. No. Plenty of the assets that have the static meshes from everything else over them. I don't even know what the triangle count of the landscape is offhand. Not even sure how I'd figure that out. Oh, well, you see, in the case of those, I'm still trying to make them look a little better. I haven't quite gotten like that. You just have another landscape. That's the reason why I said there was so many landscapes. Like this one here is in fact the midsection floor. Oops. Easier to just and then I just had I drilled a hole through it instead. So let's see. You can drill a hole through it by going to sculpt and then visibility. I don't want a hole that big, thank you. I'll make it a little smaller. Now look, there's a hole in it. Yeah. Now I can just run right inside if I want. Which actually kind of makes a weird, cool underworld thinking about it. That's what you usually do, and I think I can set that to be two-sided as well, so they can't really see it, but obviously this is not designed for her to run underneath her at the moment. Yeah, you just do that, and I'll put it back that way because I don't want that there. So I just have another landscape there, and then in the case of this, I start putting two landscapes. Yeah. It's funny, I had that exact problem. I was sitting there going, hey, wait a minute, well, it's like you can put a hole in the landscape, but then what does that do? You're going to like manually use static meshes to make a cave inside it? And I was like, wait a minute, why don't I just have more than one landscape? This was like a revelation for me, because I literally did actually make a map where I built the whole cave manually. I mean, I since deleted that project because of a mess, but the cave looked cool, but individually positioning all like the big, huge rock things, it took so long. It was stupid. I'm like, huh. So now what I do is to make like, with the way it does the lighting, if I use the top area here and bring it down, it causes the area to be black, which is an interesting, like, you know, art option. Let's see. I had the right one selected, right? The midsection ceiling. Strengthen it, make it larger so I can actually see it. You can just drive it down, and then suddenly it's all black and crazy looking. I don't want to do that particularly. But you do that and they meet, and you can have weird darkness in areas. Or you bring it down, it's like all evil looking. Or you can bring the one below it right up, which in this case is the midsection 4 here. And then it has whatever those are instead, you know, it keeps the lighting. So you can create a dark ceiling that way. And that's what I've been testing. And you can put holes in it and things like that too. You can do an additional landscape if you wanted to as well, but that's what I found. I've started sandwiching between two. You can see where I haven't even done any of these yet, but I just started having two landscapes ready to go. Even over here, two landscapes. This just acts as the borders. I'm going to put a bunch of things in here and walls and stuff like that too, but just the overarching level. It's because they're so memory efficient, because it literally sits there and like if I load this up, you can see it not load everything. I'll stand over here in an area where I can see a big area, and it just memory manages it for you. So you can see the stuff that's already memory managing for me. All the landscape out there is gone. The other stuff is not set to memory manage yet, but you can include that in the things too. Also with the PCG graphs where it puts all the random trees and everything, you can bake that into the landscape as well. Thus creating, it makes all the meshes into essentially just part of one giant mesh that is the landscape. It's already broken it for you and already memory managed. But that's obviously a much farther down the road step, so I haven't bothered to do that yet. Like I have a test one I put out there, but eventually that all just gets fused together and you just have this part of all the memory management's done for you. So I look forward to that, but I need to learn PCG graphs better to understand what I'm doing, and I can also tie these things into and make it a lot better. So at some point it does get more memory efficient. I have to remember that. Initially, I think it's like HLOD. Supposedly it's already included, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I have to... Oh, it's excluded from it. I don't know. It's something I don't understand terribly well at the moment, so for me to say this is how it works would just be me lying. Which I could do if people want, but... I admit my ignorance on exactly how the memory management works on adding additional meshes to the landscape, or to the HLOAD system. I'll learn eventually, though. It's such an easy engine to use. I mean, strength, that can be high, sure. Oh, we're on the wrong landscape. My bad. I think you can right-click to actually bring the landscape you want up. Actually, I might just raise this one up a little bit. I gotta leave areas big enough so that you can actually fight in, though. There's that to worry about. Oh, never mind. This is the brush I want. This is the better brush. I always start out by doing the these ones here, and then I sculpt it from there. It's like almost like a three-wave pass, but I find you get the most realistic mountains by doing that. But again, they ain't got to be that realistic. One, it's going to be dark, and two, they're inside of a painting, so realism is already not job one. Probably not job two. Maybe not even job three. When you're a living doll in a painting world, I can pretty much do whatever I damn well please. I do want some consistent logic with my world, though. Like, I mean, you know, I probably need to change that middle area so that it doesn't actually have a lot of things that wouldn't exist in the attic, because I want the painting areas to be the only thing that is surrealistic. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, there's cursed dolls running around the attic, but it's still an attic, mostly. It's cursed and weird to a point, but not things, it's not like things that couldn't exist. The problem with using this flattening tool is when you saw through it like I did there, it doesn't tend to want to unsaw through. It's kind of one of the weird things the landscape does that I don't terribly like as much. Oh, this needs to be much weaker for this strategy to work. Did you do this? You need to start tapping it. The flatten tap really goes out of its way to fix a lot of crap. So flatten tap. Just so I don't have the cliffs of insanity here. The cliffs of insanity. Now I want a giant doll that carries you up on its back, up the cliffs. Almost nobody will get the reference. That's okay. I'll get it. Maybe I will put some memes and things in here. I don't know. They won't be necessarily current memes, more timeless ones, I think, because current ones are, well, by the time I release the game, a current one wouldn't even be current, so it's got to be something that would be amusing enough. There's definitely going to be a lot of jokes. So do that a bit there, and then Let's play around a bit with this here. Let's make it a little bigger because we are working with big, huge mountain things, so I don't need to worry too much about it. After all, for scale purposes, the mountains are huge, so they literally exist just to be the backdrop to look good. Well, you're just like you're never going over them. They're not relevant for anything. I just literally want them to look great. And I'm going to put trees and everything on them too. I'm not going to manually put trees. I'm just going to generate them on there, but is it going to look as good as a AAA? No. God, no. This is me we're talking about. I think they'll look pretty good, though, because, again, it's all at nighttime, so that really does help out a poor indie dev. I don't got to be anywhere near as pretty with my stuff. Don't need to worry too much about the side of that, I don't think. I mean, maybe a little, but not too much. It's okay, I guess, but I don't think there's even an angle you can view those at. If there proves to be an angle later, I'll worry about it. But landscape work is the best streaming thing because it's very visual, so people get to look at what you're doing. So maybe I'll spend my time designing the levels now, not only occasionally program on it. I don't know, I do some of the programming, but yeah, I'm mostly rebelling against the AI thing. I don't want to do it over right now. Not gonna. Nah. Nah. This is just to make it look a little better. Honestly, I've actually found that in the distance, if they're even, like, the geometry is crappy and weird, it isn't even bad because they end up looking just more stark and they just kind of, I guess, stick out against the background a lot better. I think it's because when you're far away, you don't need them to be a particular shape. You know? Can you see those? I know. Fair enough. If you can see them, then I should do something so you can make them look nice. Those are so tall. They just need to be dealt with like this, I think. Again, they don't gotta look that good. They're like, you'll barely be able to see them. But you kind of can. So. They also need to be tall enough that people can't get over them. There's that issue too. Like if you can get over them, that would be kind of a problem. No. Apparently, I have something's clicked that I can't do that with. So let's do this. Sure. Yeah, I mean, like, those already look fairly serviceable as mountains as is, without me doing any additional, like, I don't like those weird juts up there. That looks like crap. Like, this mountain looks weird, but this area looks great. This is not as good as I want it to be. But overall, like, over here probably needs some work. But I don't think people will be questioning them being mountains as much. As, like, during the day, they don't look as good as they could be by any stretch. That's true. Yeah, those need to be fixed, too. Those are okay. That's obviously not okay. The only thing that sucks is up here, I'm going to need to have some way to make it so that they can't see over there, or I need to load in the thing so they can see. One of the two. Kind of a downside of how I'm doing this. Alright, so... name with the landscape tool. So, like I said, these looked terrible when I was looking. It's gotta be perfect, just gotta be fine. I don't like that particularly right there. I'll play with the flatten tool a little bit. Might weaken the flatten tool a lot here. I don't like that one. Do I want the player to be able to look through this area? I also need to fix the geometry. Anywhere the player is at, I want the geometry flat. Like, relatively. Like, these rolling hills are perfectly fine. But I don't want this crap here where they could just fall into that and then, you know, bad things happen. Can't even see over this in the first place. So let's make a small flatten. You could just smooth it too, for that matter. Custom smooth map. I don't like where this is going over here, particularly. Guess I don't care about in this central area here because the player shouldn't be able to get in there. Maybe? Question mark? True. I'll definitely do a thing where I test the geometry at some point to try to, like, out of bounds it for myself a bunch of times. Like, I already did that. I've already out of bounds myself plenty of ways. Because I programmed it in a way that, like, there was an infinite glitch with jumping and spamming the attack, which is funny. You could just fly across the map. Remember that one? That was funny. It was great. It's like, woohoo! We're going to Mars now, boys. Could add Mars in this tag. I could. Not supposed to be, but you could. There's red. So. It's a blood moon, so it's, of course it's red, but it could still be Mars. There could be an Elon on there. A dull Elon. Just waiting up on, you know, dull Mars. Sure. I can get behind that. Was I going to have a secret area over here? I might still, so I'm not going to leave that completely out of the woods there. I'm probably going to have some sort of platforming to get over to it, though. Because there's, like, already enough of a secret area over there. I could have punishing things there where if you fall into this, you have to go... That's too punishing. You have to go all the way back around. Oh, God. That's a level of punishing nobody wants. So I might not have a secret area over there, purely on the grounds of I probably just want a kill zone there. Or if I have a secret area, it'll be like right over here. And it'll just be a small secret area. That I can get behind. I could even have a little cave in here too, for that matter. Like a mini landscape under it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about this yet. The fact that it doesn't load there, I need to understand how the H-load system works better. think actually it's better just to do a reverse sculpt. You know, the landscape system is too fun. Like, you could just sit here all day and just start doing just drawing it. Just like, do. But if you're an indie dev, you probably should be using it as much as humanly possible because, I mean, just think of the assets you're saving. Like, if you got to build a level to move everything on top of, you're going to have to individually make everything. If you want to make a hole in the landscape so you can have platform, you can easily do that. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. I think I'd rather just use the landscape as much as possible. Also, it being already the memory efficient thing for you sure saves a lot of time. I don't know about this open world stuff yet, though. I mean, it's supposedly you can have a map that's like, you know, the size of Lebanon was the example I was shown. I was like, wow. Of course, that guy didn't load anything on top of the map. He just made a map that was the size of Lebanon by importing the height map of, well, Lebanon. For the city, for the intro story, I actually considered using San Francisco, but then I looked at the actual geography of San Francisco and realized it's not what I was expecting at all. I'm thinking more the entire Bay Area. I'd need the area between, like, San Francisco and Oakland. I was trying to find, like, you know, a place that would be like, you know, like a seedy hellhole. My first thought when it came to mind was San Francisco. You're not anyone until you've been robbed at least once in San Francisco. I've been robbed in San Francisco. At least that one was just they broke into the car and took the stuff that was in there, which there was basically nothing in there, so okay. From a parking structure. This was a long time ago, before it got really bad, where they just openly steal your stuff if you park your car anywhere there now today. But, yeah. You ain't anyone until you've been robbed at least once in San Francisco. I mean, not that where I'm at, though, like, because I've had 4 attempted robberies against me in the city I live in now, so. It could have been attempted assault, you know. When people come running at you, 2 of them were at night, 2 of them were during the day. But when people come running at you like that, you know, and they're just yelling things and they look like gang people, and, you know, listen, you don't stop to ask. Not if you're smart, anyway. There's a reason why they were all attempted. Now, one of them was actually, we were walking through a children's park because I was playing Ingress at the time. I was like, right around the Pokemon Go craze, and it's like, I was walking with a friend of mine's girlfriend, so we were waiting for him to show up, and he was the one paying attention who saw them all coming at us. I didn't even notice. I was so engrossed in the game. That was, what, 3 p.m. in the children's park? And it was a crowded area, too, like, because it's like a children's park right off of the downtown area. And, yeah. They ran us completely out of the children's park, and then one of them followed me, like, me and her down the street, but at a distance of, like, I don't know, 20, 30 feet, just walking parallel with us till eventually he stopped. And I was like, wow, well, okay. What do they want? I don't know. Were there a lot of them? Yes. Yes, there were a lot of them. Let me tell you. There's a number where I wouldn't, like, after like 5 or 6, I don't count anymore. I don't care anymore. It's like, the number is too many. If it's one guy, hey, maybe, you know, well, even then you probably don't want to stand your ground and fight necessarily. But if it's one guy, well, they're unlikely to come after me. One guy, to be completely honest. I'm way too big of a guy for one person to think they have chances are that great. But each time it's always been a group, and let me tell you, I guarantee the group is going to win. Even just fighting 2 people, if you've ever fought 2 people, it's not a good thing. You're not in good shape. You're in trouble for fighting 2 people. 1, maybe. Depends on if they're, like, you know, ripped and stuff, well trained, but 2+, or even just 2. Oh god. remember laughing because the girlfriend was like, "Oh, I know jujitsu for defense." I'm like, "Yeah, jujitsu is great against one person, exactly one." Because it's all these holds and stuff that you have to apply for a period of time. You know what's not good in a street fight? Having to apply a hold for a period of time against your opponent. It's like, you're not going to win this fight, lady. This is not going to go your way at all. You sure you want to do that? Don't get me wrong, in a 1v1 fight, jiu-jitsu's probably pretty good, but no, actually, I learned a bit of, was it Shorin-ryu karate? That's right. And you might think, oh, wait a second, throw fireballs, ha 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 ha. Yeah, you know, the sensei made jokes about that a lot. But it's just regular karate. It's like just basic karate. And the thing I learned most was that every single strike in that, like even the blocks were meant to debilitate someone. Like you would throw a punch, like the sensei would have, yeah, throw a punch at me. You didn't want to throw a punch at the sensei. It was not going to work out in your favor because he was going to do a block on it, and then your arm was going to be like numb and dead for like the next half an hour. And just like one hit, just it's like, oh, you win this one, sensei. You got this. Jesus. And sure, you get more used to being hit a few times, and you know it becomes still pretty effective because if you hit the soft part of their arm, which is what you're usually blocking when you're punching, you're hitting that with like your forearm, the hard part of your forearm, and oh God, this that area is not meant to take hits at all. Same thing with all the like, you know, the leg blocks. Everything was designed to just debilitate. Just like I was more afraid of being blocked than punched. Someone punches you, it just hurts, but you get over it. The block, you'll be there for half an hour, questioning why did you ever throw that punch. Did that in college, and all I have to say is every time your opponent was like a female, you really felt awkward. Like, I'm supposed to punch her? Oh God, this can't go well. This is before now. Nowadays, they're probably a guy anyway. But just saying, I don't feel so bad at that point. But I mean, if it's some girl who's like, you know, she's probably like 120. I'm 180 because I'm just a big guy, not like fat, just a big guy. So I mean, like, that's a lot of extra meat. That's a lot of extra muscle. Like, I feel bad. Like, it would not take much to do serious damage. So I'm just like, Or if you had to fight the elderly people, because it was at college and it was community college, so we had a lot of older people too. At the time I was like 18, 19. I went to college early. Yeah. It's like, well, this guy's like 60 something. I don't want to hit you, buddy. I don't. I really don't. It's like, it'll be fine. Is it gonna be fine? This doesn't feel fine. Nah. We'll do took it like champ. And it's not like you're fighting to the death or anything. You're just taking, you know, you're sparring. But you do that every day. The constant sparring. You got used to being hit a lot. After a while, you just didn't care. It's like, oh, I got hit again. Oh no. It is really funny to watch the people who, you know, are not used to being hit. Who've never been in sparring. Who for some reason think that they're weird, who knows what is going to be so great, and they're just going to completely wreck their opponent and they get hit in the face once. Was it like Mike Tyson who said everyone has a plan until they get hit in the face? Yeah, pretty much. You quickly discover people don't have a plan. Their plan is gone now. They didn't think you'd actually hit them. And then you hit them again because it's a fight. They're sparring. You keep hitting them until the sparring ends. If they don't block, then they deserve to get hit until they learn to block. Like, if you've ever seen DBZ Abridged where the guy just yells at him to block, exactly. You'll learn. Or it's, I mean, Pain is a wonderful teacher. It's a really wonderful teacher. That's what I have learned. Pain is an unforgiving and easily remembered teacher. The worst part is after a while you don't remember all the times you've been hit though. Like, you've been hit in the face so many times you've forgotten. That probably means you might have gotten some break. That's probably. It's just enough times. It's fun. I would consider getting into it again if I didn't have health problems. It's been slowly going away though, so. Of course, then at this point, I'd be like, potentially hitting kids, and I'd feel even worse too. I don't think I would be willing to spar against someone who's underage. I would just feel bad. Again, when you're just so much bigger than them, it just, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Do this so I can have more space to play with. Actually, I might use this smoother on this one. Oh, not this one. Actually, this might not even need to be there. I could actually just have the river right there. I don't want blocking the river off everywhere. I'm also going to flatten this out of existence. I don't like it. Make it obvious where they need to know where to go, I guess. Can you make this distance? I don't know. We're about to find out. I'm not sure if the ghost form is going to stay in the game or not, to be completely honest. I think you can get to this one. Oh. I have to actually fully transform before I can actually successfully do it. Yeah, she can temporarily fly. I didn't have enough. I might not have charged it completely though. I need to tweak the number so things recharge faster and everything too. I also might not let her actually fly. It might just be she can float. Oh yeah, you can easily make this. I'm gonna make that recharge faster. I spent a lot of time in the woods, so karate wasn't even that particularly handy in the woods. You're more worried about wild animals. Or people. But even then, you're out in the middle of nowhere. The last thing you want to do is get into a fight with someone. You're a couple hours out into the woods. If, something bad happens to you, you still have to go those 2 hours back, assuming you're, okay enough after said conflict. So some of the scariest situations I've ever had were just people encountering them in the woods. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit here. This person's doing crazy things. I'm gonna let them pass. Yeah. Where is this? I'm just looking for Poppet's thing here. Yeah, that was one of the reasons I didn't like going to the flumes that much. They were these weird little I guess like little creeks that are man-made creeks that go along canyons, and they were made by the electric company to basically just send warm places, and they went all over. I mean, they went for hundreds of miles. It was crazy. They just went through all the woods and everything like that, and just through mountains. And they built these really creepy looking catwalks on them. Sometimes they were made of wood, sometimes they were made of metal, and a lot of times they'd be just right against like the cliff side. Like one side is the cliff, or like there would be like water there, and like the other side is just the actual fall. And it's like, So a lot of times the pathway would be 3.5 feet across, or if you were lucky, sometimes only 2 if it was some of the really crappy catwalks, because some of them were really not designed terribly for people. I mean, they weren't going to break under you, but you know, they were not that great. Clearly not gonna you didn't want to spend too much time on them. Right? They did not give the feeling of safety when on them, even though you probably were safe, but it's okay. I might do 2 on this. But yeah, like, you know, it's fine. You can encounter some random family and their kids, you know, you say hi to them, you go by. It's a little awkward, but it's okay. Then you encounter those people that look like they live out in the woods. And by live out in the woods, I mean, they're just in a lean-to or something. I mean, they don't look right in the head at all. They're filthy. They're talking to themselves the whole time. Then you realize you gotta pass them too. So every time you're just going along, it's going down a catwalk, it's maybe 3.5 feet across in the best world, and on the one side you taking a choice like, okay, do I put my back to this open fall here into the water? It's not that deep of water. It's going to be about 3 to 4 feet at most. It can be kind of treacherously fast sometimes. But, okay, there's that. Or do you put yourself against the railing where, you know, he could lunge for you and send you both careening into the cliff? How sane do you think this person is? How much do you value the rail is the real question. Because if they charge you or just even shove you, you go into the water on that side because you have nothing to stop them. On the other side, you fall to your doom. Maybe take them with if you're lucky. Decisions. So, I think I'll make this like 3 or something. I remember a really tense one where the guy was just, I could hear him just muttering to himself, and I just, you know, it was probably, I want to say 30 or 40 feet away. Not incredibly far. It was far enough, but he wasn't walking fast. He's just shambling. He wasn't looking at me, just muttering to himself, just looking down. And I'm on the other side of the catwalk thingy going, okay, well, he's going this way, I'm going that way, okay. So, you know, I always try to be nice and encourage people to, you know, like say hi to him and everything like that, because, you know, with a big guy, I don't want to scare him. And he just kind of kept walking. He never looked at me. He just kept getting closer and closer and just still muttering, just shuffling along. I mean, this exchange took somewhere between like 10 and 15 minutes. He was going really slow. And I ended up just stopping on the catwalk. I picked the cliffside, by the way. My option was, I wanted the rail. So I made the decision, and I put myself against it, you know, with enough of if he did lunge at me, I'd have a chance, but not much. And he just kept going, kept muttering. He eventually just kind of reached right around. You can hear me like that? Never looked at me, kept muttering, and just slowly shuffled right on by. Just kept going. It was weird. Such a long exchange. It was definitely one of my least favorite days down at the Flumes. So, at least with wild animals, I know what to do, depending upon which wild animal we're talking about. But with people, I don't always know what to do because, well, they don't really know what to do. Okay, well, first of all, I just made that cake need it faster. I needed to make it regen. Okay? I got caught up talking. We'll just negative it at the same speed, but regen it a little faster. And it might increase your overall number a little bit. I haven't put any testing to see how much I want this to be. At 25. Technically, this will just, you know, get up to 25 anyway. Sometimes the FPS goes a little weird because it was like, you know, really high before and now it's low. Maybe it's just the constant, it doesn't like refresh the memory well in the editor. That's easily able to do it. Which, I mean, this early in the game, I'd rather it be kind of easy to do this stuff, not harder. I might also use that as the dodge too, in which case I'll make the transformation faster. Yeah, I like that idea. I'm not going to let it... I don't think I want to be able to fly up, because right now you can fly up. But the problem with that is look at how high I managed to get, and it wasn't even full. So I don't think I want that. I think I want it to be she's literally locked to the same plane. And that forces you to have to actually get to a certain height before using it, which is almost a puzzle in itself. Unless I redesign levels. If I'm going to do levels like this, it doesn't make much sense to do it that way. There's a lot of thought that needs to go into level design when making these, when making abilities. I'm seeing this now. I need to design my levels based on that. Oh, yeah, there's no broom. The animation is, well, she's a ghost, first of all. And, this is actually your idle animation for it. I've never made the flying animation for it yet, so I need to make that next. I just haven't done it yet. I will eventually. It's on the list of things to do. But, she can still move around with the idle animation. It'll look much cooler later. I need to make an idle for it. Or I need to probably improve the idle. I need to make the flying for it. I need to make an in-between the two poses for it. I don't think there's going to be other abilities in it. It's just a dodge. Speaking of which, I should probably speed it up a bit. And maybe shrink the size of the particle too, for that matter. I need to shrink these down into macros, I think, so it's easier to keep track of where things are. I almost don't even need this. I learned that there's a flip-flop node, and the flip-flop node saves a lot of effort. But I guess the flip-flop doesn't work too well. You could trigger ghost form end here, and that ends it anyway. Okay, so particle size, I did this, so I'll do like 1.2. I got tired of changing it in every location, so I just made it a thing. I also want to put a particle trailing after her, so it looks like, you know, she's got more of a ghostly form to it. I had that in the RPGMaker one. I just haven't found a particle for it yet that gets the job done. It's maybe a little bit better sizing. The other one was huge. Yeah, it's about the right size. It just needs to obscure enough. Almost be even a little smaller, maybe. Obviously, one wasn't good enough, and I made a thing for it in the first place to change it, so clearly it must have been too small. I mean, I could do an actual, just give her a broom to fly on. The original thing was it was like a ghost form is what it is that she travels around in. Maybe, I don't know. Like I say, initially it was just because it was, you know, a ghost form that let her pass through things. Which I'm not sure I'm even going to keep that, potentially, but it was just something that was historically in there, so I put it back in. And I was like, I could use it so she could fly places. But without all the particles on it or the actual correct animation for it, it's not going to look that good yet. The other thing to keep in mind is the game is supposed to be in the dark too, so every single thing, you should take into account, assume it's going to look more like this. So, in the light of day, it looks way less good, but the whole game's motif is going to be nighttime things. I need to figure out that system, make those so that the mountains look better. Actually, I kind of already know, sort of. I haven't put a thing enough for that yet. I don't know. I don't really want it to be like a mount system necessarily. I kind of want it to be more of a dodge. Darken the animation? I mean, sure. Well, she's a ghost, so she's supposed to emit light, but at the same time, I don't think I even went to all the trouble to fix the flip books for it yet. Let me check and see if I even fixed these yet. I might not have. Should be the RFX. It's possible I didn't do that. I mean, it goes into the shadows. Poppet also has a light on her too, so you can actually see where you're going, because without the light, let me change this first. It's better if I do it this order. Only one undo then. A little bit more. Oh, I don't even have a smoke animation yet, but yeah, it'll be a much darker smoke animation. What are they doing? Oh yeah. We'll just set that to 0. Obviously, without the illumination, she's like a shadow. Which, doesn't necessarily look that bad by comparison, honestly. Less good when it's this, but I could turn her light off when she's a ghost. Huh. Let me do that really fast, I'm curious. Maybe right about here. Chunk, chunk. Oh, let's move this one out too, for that matter. Chunk. I'm not sure if I'll make it 0, but I might make it less. This was originally 2000. Oh, you don't like the particle for it? I don't know if the particles actually obey light. I don't think they do. They might, though. But they can be changed to be a darker color. That's true. Oh, as you can check and see particles obey light. Let's browse to it. It's supposed to be a wind one. Actually, what are the parameters say on this exactly? Can I change anything if involving light? The other one's works off the material, because the material actually does that. But I could just change the particle itself, I guess. If I'm going to do that, I'm going to make a copy of it, though. This way, if I delete the thing, I can I'll still have this. I won't have to redo it. Move it over here, I guess, for now. I'm gonna make one for driver particles already. I do. Get over there. Alright, still color over life. Is that what I wanted? I don't think I want it to be completely that. So we'll do this one first of all. Could go for blue. That might be kind of fun. Maybe I'll try blue. Color of life. Oh, we're curving, huh? You got two colors? Ooh. Aren't we special? We'll make this a little brighter, I guess. Even that might be too bright. Maybe I'll make it a little darker in general. Could actually use some black in there instead, too. Could do that. Sure. Make it really dark. Look how hopeful it is. We'll see. Oh, nope. Color over life. Which color is this? Can I even see it? Oh, it's like this little whizzing thing right there in the center. Interesting. It's too purpley. I don't like it. Oh, that's why it's all purple. Huh. What more I'm missing here, apparently. One of them clearly had two colors. This one. Maybe? More of a blue one, I guess, maybe? Sure. Oops. Already selected anyway. Still pretty light by comparison, but obviously much lighter when she turns back. I could have two separate particles too for turning into it too, for that matter. Yeah. Just one. I might as well make it all cool. You can do all sorts of things in Unreal Engine. If I want a new particle, I'll just make it right here. I mean, I can also add a bunch of things to it, but this is just recolor fun here. No need to get too wild unless you want to, which you can. I make this one mostly blacks and really dark blues, I guess. Right now, without all the other changes, you don't want to do mostly blacks? Sure. Let me add it to the list then. So this goes from transform. The transform's already in there, perfect. Ooh. Until I change all the things though, it's not going to be that dark. It can be darker, but just turning her light off makes it darker too. I think I might just dim her light. I don't know if I want to make it completely non-existent. Well, it's still fairly bright because I didn't change it from the other one I just had. I've only changed portions of it. But it's definitely... It doesn't catch the darkness. I don't think particles do darkness. I mean, because they're by their nature, they're supposed to be like, you know, some sort of effect that usually emits light. Not necessarily, though, I guess. There's probably some method to make it look a little better. I have to make it considerably darker. There'll be a sound effect for it too and everything in a minute. Wow. Maybe not right now. I'll make it eventually, or make it, I'll just download it. Not download, I mean I'll select it from my collection. Things look a lot different in the actual world. Like in the editor, the lighting changes a lot, so. I can also just use a different particle entirely. Like I have other particles. I didn't want to use the darkness one because I was already using it though, so I didn't want it to be recycled like that. I'm already using one that's kind of blue to start with now. New magic projectiles, yay! I don't want Niagara ones, they're weird. I don't like how they operate. I guess I could use a Niagara one. Well, I can just have multiple particles if I want. I mean, you can also just add to the particles too. I mean, you can add more things to these. You can have a new particle emitter and toss it in there and put something new in there. First question is, how do I even edit that here? Why do these have the information here? I'll figure that one out later. I don't know if I want to do quite that yet. You can change all the stuff in these too. Like all I did was just change the things over here, but the time they happen and stuff. I don't quite 100% know how it all works yet. So usually you'd see like a little timeline on here, and yet you see a timeline, but there's no actual measurement thing going on. Or does it just do it over the entire time? I guess it's over in this, right? I don't know. I think I'm better suited to actually have something that appears behind her too, an actual particle that follows her. Guess I'll look at them and see. Nice fire, bro. I guess you say flame. What am I looking at? Okay. That one's boring. Ribbon? Huh. Not the most exciting one. Oh, it's like right there. It's tiny. They're out of the screen. Oh. That's boring. I need something that's a little more... I want a trail to follow behind her. Yeah, I'll look into some way to make the particles fit. Actually, I guess I could just manually look that up right now. Let's see. Oh, that's old. There's an error saying Lumen doesn't affect particles in 5.1. This is 5.2. Tell me that's not true. It might not actually be working at the moment. It might. I think it's supposed to actually be working in the first place, so that could be a bug. Let me research that, but if it didn't work in 5.11, and this is 5.2, they might not have fixed it. In which case, fool's errand. But they release, I mean, 5.3 is already, there's a preview version of it already. It took like 2 months, and they already have a new version. So we'll see how that goes in that one. I might have a fix for it already. That looks more like she'd have jet engines. I can get behind jet engines. Jet Poppet. Flying along. These don't seem very weighty. These are for projectiles in the first place, though, so I'm probably going to use them for exactly that. In fact, I kind of like this one better. Ooh. Ooh. Eh. That's not what I'm looking for right now. I thought about changing our fireball too, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do that either. Might leave that. None of those would make a very good ghost trail, you know? I should move this all into one directory. I just added them all like an idiot. I guess I could recolor any of them. But honestly, you probably want something that's more wind-like in the first place, would be my guess. Because everything else is just going to be too sudden, I think. And I don't really want that. Blink and dash VFX. That sounds promising. Well, if it played it indefinitely, it'd be promising. I think this is probably more promising, but has to continuously play it, though. Even then, there'd be this brief lull in between, so it wouldn't look that good, right? You need just a continuous wind. Big Niagara bundle. Ooh. Ooh. That's just effects, huh? Huh. Well, if you just want wind in the world, you can just drop this out. Does it play continuously? I think it does. I don't know why you would want this. They could be like little spirits, actually. Oh, you know what might be kind of cool? If when, like, you know, to show them where to go, like, she can activate a thing that, like, these things appear and start aiming in the direction of where she's supposed to go. Oh, I kind of like that idea. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, there's some sort of, like, thing that shows where to go. I mean, it's an interesting idea. Huh. I'm gonna... probably borrow this one and take it up to here. Actually, I'll just drag it over there. If I can find it later. Well, there's a few things I can do. I can just have, like, I can just have it look, actually, let's have it look for the actor, like, you know, and get the closest one, I think, would be what I would do. I think I could have them all in an array. But if you just get actor of class, and then, let's see. So, get the actor of class for that. And then I would get the rotation towards it. Huh. Let me think about that for a second. I have an idea. But I want to look at this one real fast. For a different purpose. That could be almost like a meteor shower, couldn't it? Huh. Interesting. I'm not sure what I'm doing with the tarot cards yet. I don't have a way to actually locate them yet. I'm just gonna have them like places like hidden around, I think, for those. But I might do something with it. I think I'll have it find the waypoint thingies. These things. The where are you at? There's two of them over here. No? Where did I put those? Down here. I think I'll have it locate the nearest one of these. So this way, they kind of point the right way. Sure. Maybe. If I go that route with it, if I do the thing where they all get hit by a ray of light when the player is like near them, or if you activate the ability, then I could just simply put the effect on here and then just have a switch that turns them all on. And that would just make it work. But if I wanted to direct the player, like if like it emits from the player's location towards where she needs to go, I could have it emit towards the direction of those, or you could probably do a spline, right? A spline that just travels along the length of the level, and then it just tells her where to go. Ooh, I don't know if I know how to do that one offhand, though. I'm just learning splines now. And that's how you can have these really cool like pathways that are just made off of splines. Well, let's experiment, because, you know, I'm trying to learn the engine anyway, so the best way to learn it is to just try and do it. Okay. So I can just set 5 to do this. Like this, I already have it set up for this. I'll just borrow this as my thing here. I need to make an actor first for this. What are we going to call this? Well, it's going to be a BP no matter what, but maybe correct path? Yes. Do you really want to do a spline there, or do I just want the nearest actor of a type? I don't know if I want to draw a spline throughout the entire level. I see. I don't think I really want to do them all at once, because you won't be able to see them. Like everywhere, it'll just be really expensive for particles for every single one of these. How perfect do I want this to be? Because if I did splines, it could actually just move along the spline and be perfect, but I have to draw it for the whole level. I'll experiment. I think I'm going to steal this spline code from the other. Recycle, reduce, reuse. Really want to do it that way? I don't know if I want a thing that literally shows them the exact path through the level, though. Helping them go the right way is good. I can also just use a compass item. I have a compass. Do I use a compass? Do I use that? Oh man, I don't even know. I guess I just try them and see what happens, you know? Why don't I just duplicate this? Sure. It's got a reference in memory because I have it open on the thing, but I'll just close it. It's fine. I'm just not sure if I'm just debating what I want this to be. Like, I mean, I could do this, but do I want a way to just tell you there's secrets nearby instead? I mean, you're going to build a level so it's kind of like you'll know the right way. And I can't think of a single adventure game that literally shows you the way to go. Because it's usually pretty obvious. Because there's like one path to go and then there's little side paths you can take, but... I'd almost rather have a sound, right? A sound instead? For purposes of where to go? I mean, to find the collectibles. Yeah, I just don't think I want to actually tell them where it is, though, is the thing. That's what I'm thinking about here. It's like, this doesn't sound like something I even want to do. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I already have secrets and they don't know where to go, so I just don't know why I'm even adding this. That's what I'm saying. I don't see the purpose. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't do anything. Never mind. That was just dumb. Go back to putting things where I should want them to be here. I'm like, let's make this overly complicated for no reason. I don't think it's a feature I need. I might put a sound on them though. I don't know. I do want to have a way to hide it. Maybe have them have some idea. But I really just want to reward them looking. I could have stuff that appears only if you're in ghost form. I also might make ghost form not fly too. That was originally a throwback from the other game. And I'm not sure that's even what I want, to be completely honest. Let's give them a way to get back up after they fall. Let's be that guy. I won't always kill them off. Probably. Maybe. I might kill them off. All is that. Oh, I should be easily tall enough that she can't get back up. Yeah. She can get up the hill, right? Yeah, I mean, I might have some way you can backtrack and do things. I might make it more Metroidvania-like. We'll see. I'm mostly just designing the first area right now. And in the first area, I'm not going to make too much crazy because, well, you should never put all your mechanics in the first portion of the game. That's weird. But later on... Like, I'm going to have a lot less platforming in the first area. More weird pathways for them to wander around on instead. That was a mistake to do it that way. Always add to the end, don't add to the beginning. I should have moved this one first. I'm going to put another one over here too. I gotta remember to include enough areas for them to fight into. I think I wanted like a thing here to go out, so we'll do that. We'll put in trees and everything in a second. Well, by a second, I mean at some point. Let me get around to it. Could actually come up with a better design for what I want to do for this game. I had a better plan for when it was an RPGMaker game. But now it's got a lot more options to it, so... Oops. Sometimes the splines get a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. I can do that with it, that's true. There's nothing saying it needs to be perfect because it's inside of a painting thing too, so it's kind of weird. Yeah, I'll probably get things that unlock or things like that, so you'll have to backpedal some throughout the levels maybe. I mean, or have reasons to go back to them later. I'm going to put a wall here so they have to go along the path, so if you're wondering why there's a weird path there, I haven't put the landscape in for yet. Basically, I'm just making a simple path through it, and then I keep removing portions of it and adding in more obstacles as I go. I'm using this as my method of planning it out. Also, why do I have this way over there? I can have way more space to do this. It's weird, because I have this on a widescreen monitor, I think to myself, oh man, I gotta have it like all this extra space wasted. No. No, I don't. I'm obviously not going to leave it like this. I'm just testing things out here. I need this area flattened. I don't think I need to flatten. I'll just smooth this area. This area is fine. But if I'm going to do that, I might actually have like combat right in this general vicinity. That's the case. More in that area there. This should be big enough, right? It's difficult to keep... oh god, it's huge. Never mind. It should no problem. You just jump out here and you'd be like, okay. And again, remember, Poppet's not particularly big. Smooth always kind of sucks. It's like one of the crappiest tools. No, sir, I don't like it. I'll smooth along the bottom in a second. A few purple on the bottom, just okay. I'm definitely taking the advice of people to have like a beginning and an end and then just put things in between it. So that's why I've made the entire level thing, and then I'm just going and working off of that. I think Hydra's a little weird, right? Yeah, I hate this. This setup is not what I want. Let's do a little flatten here. A little flatten tends to fix a lot of random things that I don't like. don't want it too low. I don't want them to be able to jump up it. What is the shortcut key for these? Control Alt? No. Whatever. Open for a shortcut. Bad. What erosion from it? Usually some combination of them gets the job done, so it looks a little less crappy. Do keep in mind it will be at night, so I mean, in reality, what actually looking at it being is well, not quite that dark, obviously, but it looks so much better at night. That night sky makes all the difference right there. Invest time in the sky. Trust me, it always works out better. I've done hardly any coding tonight. Just jump right on through. Good job, me. I mean, I guess you don't really have to code too much a lot of times. I mean, I did some coding, but overall, I'm not sure what I even want to code at the moment. Having a waterfall through there is nice. Like, that was unintentional. Yeah, it's not so bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, it needs work, obviously, but go around the corner and there'll be combat in this area. Because, you know, basically waffle between the various things there, having, you know, combat, some kind of platforming, some kind of story type of thing, combat type of thing, you know, just mix it all up between those ones there. And there'll be trees and everything in this area too, so that'll be pretty good. That moon there, just, you know, in the waterfall, it's just instant thumbnail creator. I'm just saying, like, it makes thumbnails. But yeah, the lighting on this kind of sucks too. Like, it's so bright at night. The thing I really wish would work is I wish I could actually view in the editor what that looks like. If I have any gripe right now, it's that the lighting doesn't show up in the editor, so I can't see it. I have to do it in the actual regular light. It sucks. I mean, it is what it is, but it sucks. Thanks, I hate it. This is all based on one spline, so the one spline kind of makes it a little wonky and weird. You can warp them so much, it's so fun. That should be fine. Could actually extend the landscape out a bit too. Camera feels almost too fast. Well, I don't want one. God, no. A little more space. Nice, nice. Once I put in trees and everything, they look way better too. This area was enough to walk through, though I need to... Probably just gonna flatten that out there. Having that weird ledge there is just bizarre and strange. I don't like it. Yeah, well, these things are just, the spikes are weird and I'm not feeling them. You have a little bit of spikes, but we don't want the geometry to be that ugly. It can be a little ugly, like say it's gonna be at night, so unless it's like so blatantly obvious, it doesn't super matter. The other thing I need to learn is the PCG graph like that, better. So I can just drop all those everywhere. The only problem is if you're making an actual game where it's specific to what you're doing, those things aren't very good. Like, they're okay, except for that you want everything in a very specific type of... Like, it has to be built around the actual levels, so... In open world, you don't care where it goes, so it's kind of irrelevant, but... That is definitely an issue that I need to make note of. Because, I mean, it looks neat, like, all wild and everything like that. If you're going to do, like, you know, a jungle or something like that, it'd be great. But otherwise, it seems like it's pretty hard to build your gameplay around it. But an incredibly complicated one, and at some point, why aren't you just manually placing some of the stuff yourself, you know? I'm kind of an argument myself. It's really good for just prototyping and just dumping things out, but... On the other hand, you can actually just merge them right with the landscape, too, so... That is nice. Making it a lot easier to, not balance it, to, optimize it. That's a thing. I have a mini little jumping thing down to this and jump back up to get something. I'm planning places to hide secrets, so. But you need to have like a much better method for getting back up, but I'll figure something out. Like I just need to put it in a boundary location. Like I could have something down here maybe. He died. But I kind of like how that looks as it is. So I'm not sure I want to do that so much as I want to put a thing down here. I could have a landscape under it too. Do I want yet another landscape so I can have a cave under there? Is that what we're doing? We making a cave down here? Might be making a cave down here. Landscape under landscape. Is that what we doing? I don't see why not. Alright. I foolishly talked myself into it. What is this one using? I don't remember. I want it to be the same. So it appears in the thing. Back to landscape. New landscape, use that file. For repositioning it. Definitely not way over there. Where are we going to want caves? I can always expand upon it if I want. I could also put it in an exact matching location. Do you want it to be the same size? I don't think so, right? Not a bad idea to have one like this, though. I don't want to show that far over. I might do it over in this vicinity. I think I'm just going to make it smaller even. I'm going to make it much smaller. I don't need a big one. And I'll just fold that portion into the water. That could work. Sure. Alright, let's do this. Normal. The one step here on the other monitor. So I'm just clicking save over and over on the other monitor. I don't think it's worth dragging it over every time just for you to watch. Oh, not once it's on this side. Okay. Now it's in there. Don't question it. I want to do whatever. Usually it appears in here. That's weird. Huh. Just a visual bug, okay. I guess I could do dirt here. Oh, now we're in the underworld. It's so weird it's not showing those, but that's fine. It doesn't have to. I'm going to paint it with a stone texture in a bit. Maybe even add rocks in potentially too, I don't know. Just as long as they can't see off into the distance here, that's all that matters. I might take advantage of the blood pool idea and just have one in there too. Today is most definitely landscape day. I guess I gotta march through the cave a bit. I don't know how big I want this cave to be, but I mean, having little side areas is kind of nice, I guess. I'm probably better off making an RPG. I really understand like RPG layouts so much better than I do understand platformers. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. What's a cave? It needs to be more windy than this. With a side path or two. Basically gonna run this up to the ceiling, so we're gonna cheat our way to a cave. I should actually have 2 landscapes and then sandwich in between and then use like the stalactite stalagmite theory. I might do that too. I haven't decided yet. There's basically no reason not to have as many landscapes as you want. I'm gonna have to go through and obviously cap those off. Well, if I extend the Blood Lake out that way... Well, first of all, I need to flatten that. They can go in. Selection node. Fix my lighting so I can take a look. Obviously I'll need to fix that, but I can also just put black walls in the way too. That sucks, the grass can be soon to the top of that. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll do some tweaking, I think. I think I make things too big. Overall, you can't even really see that high in it, so... I want to be able to see through this and then go, ooh. Yeah, there's still a little bit of around the edges there, but we'll fix that. It'll be fine. Almost easier to fix it the other way, because if I do it this way and then drill another hole in it, I don't think it actually helps. Is it? We can't drill a hole from that side. It doesn't super help. You know, instead of having this as a way, I could have this as a like a long path from over here. Super secret way over. Instead of jumping down. Huh. I will master caves in this, making them look good. But to remember, it is nighttime, so it doesn't have to be that perfect. But I really think a lot of it comes down to the second landscape. Also, painting things out of the way isn't too bad either. So you don't get the grass that's hovering in the sky like the other one was doing. Looks like a giant snake. Snake. Yeah, having landscapes on landscapes lets you do some really weird stuff, doesn't it? Kinda neat. That's like the right landscape. I think I like sculpting it up like this just so it comes out looking like it's more cave-like. And I'll just cap it at the top. And I'll just paint everything a stone color because there's no reason for there to be this weird moss on everything. Kind of feels like the cave should go over here and finish, doesn't it? One last little area. Probably what I'm doing. You don't need to waste map space, right? My only concern is that they can't see above it. Guess I didn't drag the water out of there, huh? I was hoping I could get some water in there or something. If that's the case, I don't like that. I could expand upon its size if I want. I'll actually flatten the player area so I don't have to worry about, you know, weird geometry. I guess some of it you want to keep though, honestly. You want it to be pretty tall if you're going to do that. I really want the rivers to be a thing, but since they're broken, probably not. The other thing I need to do is get my paintbrush out. Shouldn't be any grass in here. Just saying. It can be dirt though, I guess. I guess I want to turn everything to stone. I would look if I use a pattern brush. More like a questionable stain on underwear? Nice. Exactly what I was aiming. It's terrible. Eve of the Basilisk, everything has been turned to stone. Yes. Stone. Stone. Probably some sand in there too and everything. It's a lot less green because, I mean, how's it gonna grow? I'm gonna probably sneak some, like, a little bit of green here and some mushrooms and things, so. I really like secrets. This game's gonna have way too many secrets in it, by the way. Just expect it. See how careful I am about placing all this stuff. It's like, nah, dude, it's good enough. Bob Ross taught me that, you know, you only have to give the impression of something. You don't actually have to make something. As long as it looks close enough, people will see it as what you want it to be. Lots of little artistic secrets. Even though well, he was a painter, but there's so much painting going on in this. Yeah, so you got a cave going on. I mean, I'm gonna make the walls more smooth and everything. Obviously, they're not gonna be all broken like that, but overall, might want another ceiling though. That's true. That might happen. Oh, there's a death panel still there. Nice. There's no actual death in this so much as, you know, you just get sent back from the instant kills, so that's notable. Oh, arms are popping. Too much sitting here leaning forward on them. I'm getting used to this setup with the two monitors now that I have the two arms set up here for like the monitors and everything like that. So I've set it in the center of my desk, and because of that, the monitors are off to the sides now. I'm getting used to looking to the side with that, but now the microphone is literally in the center of the desk, so there should be less points where I'm looking away from it, or as far away from it, I should say. Yeah, I'll figure out how to do this. I'm going to add in actual static meshes and everything like that later to make it look better. But for purposes of this, it's just initially laying it out. You don't really want to cram a bunch of meshes in. I guess you can. This is my prototyping phase anyway, so yeah. I know realistically you'd have a lot more stuff that's lower down, but I also think that the player being able to jump on things is annoying and not what I want. I'm also going to block some of the central area off here too, I think. I do this. I think everyone should play with this engine just because it's that much fun to sit there and play with the landscapes. That will make the more tunnel-like aspects of a cave. It would be more interesting if it connected all the way with the secret section of the first portion of the attic. That's actually very tempting. Maybe that happens, just like an Uber secret. Gotta fix all the grass in the ground too. I can also get a cavern landscape too, for that matter. We'll see. Huh. This stream actually is up to like 4 people at one point. Interesting. Concurrence? Nice. Not the 5 or 6 I'm always hoping for. You know, like 5, actually I think 6 was like the most I've ever had watching at any one given time. How big is this? That's still reasonable. You can still fight in it. Once I have everything laid out, I'm gonna definitely do some serious fight work. This ground isn't gonna be that smooth. I'm okay with this setup in here. For the most part, maybe I'll bring it in a little more. I don't want it to be too even. Have it open up more into the cave, so you kind of want to have it come in more like this. I probably should have my landscape so I can have stalactites. That what we're doing? It would blockade off this top crap, which I don't like. I'm gonna put some giant mushrooms in here or something. Could even have something of a jumping thing going on up here if I wanted. I might do that. Some sort of jumping thing up to here. If I do that though, I gotta blockade this whole area off, right? I'm gonna block off right here though, because I could actually have this as a quick way back. I might do that just to make the player not hate themselves. I'm envisioning some sort of mushroom jumping puzzle thingy to get stuff. I wish you could memorize certain sizes that I like. Be the nicest looking cave in the world? That's okay. It doesn't gotta be that nice. Gotta remember, one guy, not a AAA studio. You're expecting all the effects of a AAA studio? An indie game? I don't know what to tell you. Hundreds of people spend years making those things. And one guy. He's mostly making it for stream content, to be honest. I'm vastly improving my skills at it as I go. I might switch off to programming something. I don't know, I have to do the behavior trees and stuff too. And overall, it's looking like a passable cave. Doesn't have anything in it yet, but I think I either want them to be really tall or like this kind of height is fine. I don't like this. Like, it either needs to be like really tall, where she's not going to want to try to walk on it, or not so tall. And even then, it probably needs to be able to block her completely too. I might be using some planes to just block her completely. Yeah, once I get rid of the grass, it'll look a lot better too. All grass doesn't exactly grow in a cave. Yeah, at night, I'm not gonna see too much. Cave's gonna have jagged rocks, and that's fine. Yeah, this is not okay. I don't like that. I'm mostly walking for perspective to see, because Poppet's, I mean, so tiny. Every time it doesn't look that big when I'm making it, but then you see how truly big this is when you run through it, and you're like, oh, like, I hate that. That's not okay. I don't like that. This is fine though. Well, let's get on this side. Then a jumping puzzle to get back out through there, maybe. I gotta be careful though, because she can jump on geometry, so you can easily out of bounds this by just simply finding the right geometry to get through it. Which you can see I'm already doing, so I mean, you know. That's a big danger. Oops. I'm obviously just trying to completely out of bounds to see if I can. Yep. I used to do this in MMOs all the time. I was that guy who screwed with your geometry to see if I could get through everything. And then would sit there and take pictures of it and post it on forums and stuff. This is the new area, everybody. It's not out yet. I remember I got WildStar, a crappy WoW knockoff, to make those zones instant. Like, they kill you in short order for being in them because they couldn't keep people out, because people like me were just sitting there going, yep. Can't keep me out now, sucker. There's a simple lesson in game design you should take from them, and don't ever make a character class who has multiple ways to launch themselves places, and then give them some sort of bonus thing they can take that, like, creates additional platforms in places. And you get to pick where the platforms appeared, but I mean, it's just like, you do realize that I'm going to use this to out of bounds, right? I was a speedrunner. I'm going to out of bounds your stuff, buddy. It's been a long time since I've done speedrunning, but let me tell you, I was a speedrunner. Castlevania Symphony of the Night, buddy. I did a lot of that game. Also Jet Set Radio. Mostly Jet Set Radio feature. It was more fun. I've been done speedrunning for a really long time. Oh. So many games now. I don't want to. No, well, maybe I don't know. There is something of a pleasure in it being in perfection, you know. So I do like that. Not gonna lie, it is nice. I just find playing with Yui a lot more fun. Just gonna say it, it's just more fun. Also, like, I was a big time solo player, so I would, you know, find ways to beat all the bosses and everything like that solo, just because I was that guy. I'm like, oh, I got no problems beating this crap. I had all the fun. And I always made the most attractive female characters, because if I had to look at the backside of something for hundreds of hours, I knew what I wanted to look at. I'm not gonna lie to you. Plus, then you got to play the prettiest princess game. There was a working theory that you either made your character the prettiest princess by just simply being the most attractive, or you killed all the other prettiest princesses, and by process of elimination, you were the prettiest princess. I did a lot of PvP. Good old Guild Wars 2, World v World, killed a whole lot of people. A whole lot of people. Begun the fashion warhead. Yes. You're gonna murder people all day in those games. You better look good doing it. It's important. That was a good game for a while until they just never had new content. It's a long time ago, though. I actually let a friend of mine just use the account and everything like that, and they got the account banned. I was like, oh, thanks. I stopped playing, unsurprisingly. I was like, I don't want to do all this again. Nah, man, I'm good. I don't even know how they got the account banned, too. I just went to use it one day, and it's like, this account has been banned. I was like, I haven't used this account in like 3 years. I let them use it as the last person. It's like, you can use it while I'm not using it. Okay. It didn't have any payment information on it, so I don't know what they were going to do with it. Somehow they found something to do with it. Never did ask him. I didn't really talk to him too much after that anyway. Not because of the Guild Wars 2 thingy by any stretch. I just had kind of fallen out of contact with them and didn't care. Imagine unironically talking to people in real life. Oh god, who does that? That's bizarre. We don't do that here. That involves going outside. That's weird. I will go outside. Needs to be very much less places for Poppet to be able to sneak her way up these things. I got a plan for the person being like me. A jerk who exists entirely to screw with geometry. I remember once I was playing like Perfect World at the time, and I found a way into the statue in the center of their main city, and we had an entire guild meeting in there. People were like, where's the voices coming from? I have no idea. Fine, don't worry about it. I became our unofficial guild house as a joke for a very long time. I think like 3 months. It was surprisingly amusing. You can't get in there. I'm like, oh yes I can. You dare challenge me? No, not. What I will do. They did not know what I would do. They really had no idea. I could probably play one of those if I was like, yeah, if people found it enticing enough for me to stream it, I'd probably do it. Only problem is though is most of the time I make all my money off the auction houses in those games, just sitting there fixing the auction houses. I'm the worst person. Oh, I've tried streaming games for Kentucky. It's not, there's no viewership there. It's too saturated. Good luck. I mean, you know. UE is weird because it has viewership after the fact. Like, I mean, the previous stream I did has close to 50 additional views after the stream ended. Like 5 hours of watch time. That makes that stream like 3 times the views of my, you know, RPGMaker average. And I've only done like 8 of them. So, I mean, the growth there is obvious. Like, whereas UE, I'm sorry, or RM was never growing. And game streaming, man, I just didn't have anyone watching. There's interest, but man, you got to have some sort of thing to pull yourself ahead of everyone else, or you're just wasting your time. And you know, I would like to grow the stream, I'm not gonna lie. Or grow the channel in general. After all, if I can get to a point where it's actually monetized and making any kind of real money, I can do it a lot more often instead of having to worry about working in the other job too and going, I can't stream today, guys, because I just don't have enough hours in the day. I actually pivoted to thinking that I'd more want to be a streamer than want to be a game dev. It's just streaming game dev has actually become the thing that's, you know, getting me the most traffic. And I enjoy doing it, but after seeing how little interest there is in games being released, okay, I'm good. That market is way too saturated. That's probably the most eye-opening thing there. The interest that the prototypes for Poppet Quest got are just non-existent. Like, it just... I get more interest in a singular stream than I got in actually releasing the prototypes for that. It's just terrible. It's just terrible. Use my basilisk mode on it. Make it all gray. I'm gonna spray dirt in places too. I'll probably just base color it this and then change it as I go. I don't know, we'll see. I'm just gonna keep doing mostly this and occasionally maybe streaming some games, and I'll go from there. I don't know. I thought about streaming Bloodstained. I could get into speedrunning something like Bloodstained. I could do that. I love Metroidvanias, so it has to be a kind of game play that I love enough to continuously do it. But I don't know. Again, there has to be interest. And YouTube is pretty much recommending this to me. I talked to someone earlier today, and they recommended this stream to someone who's never even has nothing to do with game dev. Who actually talked. I mean, like, they recommend people who aren't game devs all the time. It's just they never usually talk to me. And I mean, they recommend it to people. Huh. You can see all the places the landscape goes through. Does make it look a lot less friendly, doesn't it? But not exactly what I'm aiming for here. I think what we're gonna do is gonna flatten. What does that look like? I'm okay with that because you're not going to see the top anyway. And I don't need to flatten any area they can't see. Like, this is not okay, obviously. I actually might just smooth that down. Actually, smoothing probably looks a little better on average. And it gets rid of it about as quickly too, so. The whole landscape through landscape thing is always an interesting way of doing things. It does work. I don't know if I want to do it that way, but it does work. I don't usually like to do landscape through landscape. I like that, I think. It's okay through here, but I don't know, it just seems a little weird to me. But I guess it does allow for rocks and things. But I'm probably just going to place static meshes for rocks around this. Like, first I just get the landscape in check, and then I start adding all the decorating things on top of it to make it look all good. I mean, I put the water in, obviously, because, well, that helps a lot. And I need to hold this down, too, for that matter. Yeah, just go ahead and do that right now and just fold it down. Since this is part of that landscape underneath, and I don't want that. Terribly much. Oh, I should have the navigation up. Oops, I can type. Sure. Be gone, nav mesh. Stop making my life hard. I definitely think the stream got hurt in viewership by the fact that the previous stream broke. YouTube recommends like one stream in a night. But if your stream breaks and you start again, I've always found viewership to be much lower due to that. I mean, it is what it is. It's not going to ruin my world, but it was kind of sad. I was like, oh. I even hid the other one just because I was like, well, this is not the way. I just hate those. They just stick up. They look terrible. No thanks. I'll use static meshes to make it look nicer. I think I'm just going to sculpt this down. I think I'm just going to regular sculpt it down, not a texture one, because I don't really care about the end result particularly, as long as it's not ruining what's underneath. It can stick out here, I'm fine with that. That looks okay. And then for here, I'll raise it up a bit. Just to make it harder for the player to out-of-bounds it. I think for platforming, I need to actually start making the areas much bigger. And they're kind of tall, I guess, but... They're more of an open area here. I kind of want them to be able to look out over the lake, so that's something I want. This entire setup here looks just weird. Like, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think originally it was like going to be a way to go down to this for some reason, but if I'm going to hide a cave down here, I do not want that. Necessarily. I just edited the wrong one. Oh. Memory usage going crazy on me or something? Now we're at 1800. It's so weird because this thing will change. Like it was at 11 gigs. It went to 20 gigs earlier today at the start of the stream, which is what crashed it. Now it's at 18, but I opened up a level that was just a completely empty level and it didn't change it. So I don't know why UE is using so much randomly. I thought, oh, it's just the landscape, sure. Oh. I think I want to keep this spot because it's a nice view of the waterfall. Design your level just because it's a nice view of something. I just remember Bill put trees and things in here too, so it'll look a little better as I go along. I don't want them to be able to just walk over. Right? Yeah, I don't think I want to just walk over that. Like, it'd be better to have a pit or something, or a chasm. But I can't put a chasm there because it's there's the cave there. So I can't put anything underneath here. Like I can't make the landscape go down anywhere in the cave area. So I'll have to put it somewhere else. The cave it goes over there, so I can actually do it all the way over there if I want. I might put one in over here, actually. Like right around this area would be a good spot for one. I'll put some sort of bridge over it, maybe. Was I putting a secret over there? Maybe I am, but if I'm doing it, it's going to be a different way. I have to be careful not to put too many secrets. They become less exciting if they're everywhere. I just really like secrets, so there's that problem. Probably have things you can break to open up areas too. I think tomorrow I'll work on combat. Landscapes are fun for a while, but I need to work on the combat. The behavior trees are still kind of confusing to me, I'm not gonna lie. I need to spend some more time with them. I mean, I followed that one guy's tutorial on some of his stuff there, and it just made everything really slow. I was like, this is the tutorial telling people? Really? Wow. You sure you want to do this, buddy? Owl friend? I just flatten through here to get a better anything going on here. I'm going to go much more wild with experimenting here on how to do this. Actually, I think I'll flatten this one out first before I go to the trouble to lower it. Man. Definitely going to be some platform action here. Yeah, right around here is the introduction to a lot more platforming. Well, actually, that's not true because there's the other attic area I'm going to make. I really should stick with the unrealistic stuff being inside of the paintings and the realistic stuff being in the actual attic areas. Seems like a much better idea to me. I'm just thinking about it. It seems so weird to me to have things that shouldn't exist in the attic area. Oops. I haven't done hardly any of the attic areas. I've mostly just done this main area. I don't see any more of the spikes sticking out. You have to really work on this area to make it look a little more interesting. It already takes like 15 minutes to run through the level practically, even if you did nothing. So the level's actually huge. It's okay. I should probably also put in the respawn points too. Plan where each of them is gonna go. Yeah. So this first day I'm gonna be really friendly with everything because I guess the first level, I don't want it to be hard. Not like, I want it to have a little difficulty, but nah. Let's not make it ridiculous. After all, I saw what happened with the last game, where things were a little too hard for them, even though for me it seemed like it was super easy. I had playtested it so much, of course it was easy for me. Whereas they were like, oh my god, I have no idea what to do, this is so hard. I'm like, ugh. That's probably fair. I don't think I want to make yet another cave. I thought about it for a second, and I realized how much time and effort that takes to make a cave, and I was like, I don't know. I like myself some caves and everything, but I don't think we need a cave everywhere. Though I do like caves. Maybe like I'll experiment with the streams and just have like one day a week where I just play a random game. I haven't done a lot of game playing in a long time because I'm usually just doing game dev stuff. I should probably occasionally play a game, you know? Research. making it a little more, making my games a little better, because I just pay attention to what current games are doing and emulate them a little. Actually, this almost made a more interesting platforming section by just simply doing that. I mean, it's too far. That's the thing about a platform is you have to sit there and make certain all the jumps work. So the other you don't. Also, she has to be able to jump backwards too. Also, I need to land on the thingy. I could have bridges places. Yeah, I'll do that. I don't know. I'm not 100% right now where she's going to even be able to jump to distance-wise, like how much I want it to be. Because, I mean, I could have it something like this, where she jumps to there, jumps to there, jumps to there, and then jumps up to here kind of thing. Even this is probably too far, though. Oh, it's way too far. You really can't jump very far. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it was also there was no tutorials explaining mechanics or anything, so then people didn't use them, so the game seemed way hard. I mean, it was a prototype, so, you know, it never really got the love and care it needed to be a true thing. It probably would have needed like 6 or 7 more prototypes to even be a good game, but yeah, I don't know. The people I watched stream it had some problems. And it definitely wasn't clear. That's okay. This will be very clear because I'm building the levels in a direction so that, you know, you kind of have to go a specific way. And there'll be secret areas, but it's apparent it's a secret. Because there'll be one overarching path that is super obvious, big, and clearly that's where you go where all the enemies are. And then there'll be these little side dorky paths you can take for funsies. Because, I mean, you know, if you look at this and see that, and then you look over here and see this little thing there, one of these looks like the main path, and then this looks like a dopey side path. Plus, I'm going to hide it behind a bunch of crap, too, so I'm going to put trees and stuff. Yeah. Well, that's pretty much what happened with Poppet Quest. You know, they literally, like, person didn't know how to dodge, they didn't know how to block. Like, even though, like, especially in the later versions, there was a stupid painting you walk by that says what the controls are. You could talk to Tinka and she would tell you the controls too, and that was not enough. I was actually making a prototype for the next a tutorial for the next prototype before I just ditched RM and powered. I was just like, apparently they're like, this is so boring and hard. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, it's because you're not using the mechanics. But the fault is mine as a game designer, because, you know, I didn't tell them. So, I get it. I made a mistake. Could have been the chosen one, but it wasn't. So, yeah, it needed a lot. Oh yeah, I definitely am going to make the actual gameplay do the tutorial in itself. Like, it'll just, you know, you'll do it as part of the game. It won't seem like a, you know, this is a tutorial thing, more of a, these are simple tasks to do that basically explain what you do. The earliest objectives will be easy. This is actually closer to a platformer layout than the other one, the other thing I was doing, where I just have lots more holes like this. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely need to work on a good tutorial. Definitely. That's just not enough. Like I said, I literally had him walk by a painting that literally had pictures of everything, the controls and what they did. The character who tells you about it. The ability to set it in the options. I mean, like, there was a lot by the end, and even then I was adding more. I was like, nope, you're gonna know how to play this game. Now it's just... I could do that too, I guess. One more thing. It's just so dumb how many I know. I was like, okay. Gaming has changed a lot. I do recall the days where they didn't tell you these things and you just had to kind of figure it out, and you did what most of us did. Push the buttons. Like, oh, we don't know what it does. Push the button, you'll find out. Oh yeah, I mean, if it's on a keyboard, it's a different story entirely, but... especially for the controls on, like, you know, the consoles, it's like, okay. I remember when I played through, what's it, Final Fantasy 13, and 11 hours in, they were still showing me tutorials. I'm just like, guys, it's fine. I can figure some of this out. Okay, we're 11 hours in. Why in the hell are you showing me tutorials still? That game was so bad. Oh god. Yeah, there was a lot less options. The games could suck a lot more. And that's what you had. So you played it. Because... what was your other option again? Oh yeah, you could replay one of the few good games over and over. There's a reason I played through Final Fantasy VI like over 20 times. And Final Fantasy VII an ungodly number of times too, for that matter. What you got, you know, and if it's what you got, it's what you play. But now, there's so many new games that it's unnecessary to put up with a bad game. But also as a result, it's nearly impossible to get your game even in front of eyes. Even if your game is good, it doesn't matter. I mean, don't get me wrong. Poppet Quest was not a good game on our... it was terrible. I get it. It was not a good game. Fine. It got a little better by the prototype that didn't release, but it still wasn't a good game. But, just getting anyone to look at them, though, God, it's hard. It's a lot of competition. I don't think I wanted to go down to this area anymore. I was originally going to have him go down to this area and have it do something. I guess this could be how they get to that cave. Oh man, that is one long side path. I don't know if I want that. I'm gonna leave it open for now and maybe do something with it later. Because, yeah, I just don't like it. Let's chunk some of that as a mountaineer. Chunking it. Chunk. I'm going to start rewarding the player more for jumping places, making more of a conscious effort to do so in designing the areas. Farther in, I want more platforming to be a thing. I mean, by this point, you're really far into the game, into the level. Like, you're super far. You're working towards the last section of it, so... I've already put you through the initial starting section of the attic there. I've put you through that first portion over there, over to the second section of the attic, the second section of the attic itself, and then a portion over here. So by now, you should have to suffer a bit of platforming. Just a bit. I haven't made all the platforms yet, but that's okay. Got various things there, and I'm sure I'm going to space these out more as it goes. After all, this is my prototyping, effectively. Other people are like, I'm going to put blocks everywhere. No. It takes forever. I have a landscape system. You can make blocks out of the landscape system if you want. But I've already made lots of changes as I go along there. As I'm like, I'm going to do this, 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 this. Make little side areas, things like that. More jumps. In fact, you will jump. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't know if you can make this jump, so I'm going to probably have to do some tweaking, but I'm also probably going to tweak the length of her jump too, so. Shouldn't be that hard in the first area. Other than to get secrets. It can be really hard to get secrets if I want. Especially if I think they're going to have to come back for it. Which I might do. Nothing saying I can't make them come back. Depends on how linear I want the game to be. Probably not that incredibly linear, but I also have to remember that one person making it doesn't get too crazy. But on the other hand, it is stream content, so I guess it can be as crazy as I want if it's just for stream content. Okay. I can technically spend as long as I like. Like I said, I don't think I can make these jumps. We'll do a quick check, but I'm pretty certain I can't. Poppet really can't jump very far. So a double jump might become a thing too in the future. She does have a ghost form too, but if I use the ghost form like that, then it needs to recharge faster, probably. I don't know. Like I said, I'm more adventure game, less RPG. Is what I'm thinking, so. We'll see how it goes. I will reward them for exploring. I love exploring in games, so there will almost certainly be stupid little areas everywhere, and I can sneak them in. It's way too big for platforming this thing. I guess it could actually just, well, I always underestimate just how big things are. Nope, still too tall. I just sculpted it down a bit. Oops, I should probably use the normal one. That's not gonna work. Just ramp it. Not that wide of a ramp, thank you. Maybe not jump that far off there, but I didn't check to see if I could actually get back up though. I don't even know why there's a walk animation. It's just so worthless. You're never gonna walk. A little uncomfortable of a jump there, but other than that, it's not the worst. Because you can't just walk up that. And a ramp you can't just walk up feels real weird. You know? Also, I'm not too concerned about geometry, but I am concerned about where the little pits you can get stuck in there. I don't want that. I want the player to be able to walk most places successfully if it looks flat enough to. That's much nicer. And I'll probably use platforms to get across here anyway, so that's fine. I don't mind having a really big space. I'm decided if I'm going to switch Poppet out for an actual regular model and just have everything else be a sprite. I might do that. I just don't have a good answer for this. Like when she's jumping, I can do that and move things around. But she's turning to the sides of it for some reason. I thought I changed that, but I guess not. But it's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, I just don't have a good answer for that. Fine if you're just running around, but unless you're going to lock the camera at a specific angle, it's an issue. No, why does that though? It's weird. Yeah, let's you do the side thing. Weird. Anyway. Now that we're higher up, we can get into the jumping. Ish. I might have a fight here too. I gotta remember these areas are so big. Well, I guess I don't want the arena to be kind of big to fight in, but a lot of these places are so big that you kind of don't, you don't need the whole place to fight. A lot. I mean, yes, you can, this all vanish, right? Yeah, so I need to actually deal with that too. So I'll have to work in the age load for that. The truth? Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I mean, when you're doing you should actually use the landscape as much as humanly possible. It's the best system you got. It's so good. Unfortunately, it's actually not really much of an unfortunate with the landscape. I mean, I have 1 million of them on this map, and there's 8 of them now, and the thing runs perfectly. So the only that sucks is the distance thingy. But there's a setting to change that. So I just need to deal with that setting. And I did it once a long time ago, and don't remember how it works. I'll have to look it all up. in that brief period of time when I experimented with this before I had all the health problems. But yeah, I think with the sprite thing, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I mean, I could just advertise that it's all sprites anyway. Yeah, I could make a new animation if the sprite angle was like, you know, this one or that, but that's a lot of extra frames, so at that point, is it worth, you know, just going with a model for her? Might be. Might be indeed. I mean, you know, it's obvious I'm using sprites, and some people are kind of fooled for a little while. Not from the stream title, they're not, but it literally says that's what I'm doing. So it kind of reminds me of RPGMaker. There's some charm in the fact that you're using sprites. On the other hand, the charm is, I don't know, it's good enough for Square Enix, right? They're doing this setup 3D worlds with that, so there's at least some amount of charm. I think I'm just going to make this a pit. I don't think I'm going to make it anything else, just a pit. There's enough secrets up to this point here. I think we're going to go with the not so much of a secret here, more of just a, haha, you died. I could just have it fall into the abyss, too. I could have a star thing. Yeah. I'll have to experiment with it. I don't know. I've had to make so many animations for her, I might want to just not... I might switch. I'm probably not going to switch anything else, but for her I might. It fixes a lot of problems. She already has over 300 megabytes of just frames alone, which is like more than the size of the model. So we're definitely hitting that point of at what point is it better to just use a regular model? I mean, no one else needs anywhere close to that. I might just use the same running animation, it's just, you know, I have a different one for each of the 8 angles. You can't make it look too different from each direction because as soon as they rotate the camera, it switches to that one, so it has to look like the same animation in every direction. Otherwise, you end up with this weird problem of, like, she'll be running, and you notice I can just rotate the camera, so if it looks different in any other direction, it will look terrible. So you could lock the camera in just a frontal movement, and I did that for a while, but it doesn't play very well. I don't like it. Well, like I say, if you rotate the camera and they don't look the same, it looks weird. It won't look right. That's a problem. Like here, you know, you're literally seeing all the different idle animations, but if one of them looked different and you rotated the camera, it would suddenly be this glaring difference. Well, I have transitional animations now, except for I don't have a transition to walk run yet. But like I say, if it's the same animation but from a different angle, it has to look the same. Like, it will look wrong. Like, she has to be making the same motions in every single one of these running animations, no matter which way I look at it. Same thing with her jumps too. Like I say, otherwise when you rotate the camera, it'll jump, it'll look weird. Well, I mean, it just looks bad. Like, I mean, like, see, you can't have it shifted to a different animation in the middle of that, and you can't have multiple animations for the same thing. It will look weird. It'll just jump. Like, she'll be going like this, and then, you know, the next animation she'll be in a different position because that animation is different just because you move the camera. Which is why in every direction the animation must be the same. Because you will be turning around, you will fight in different directions, you will move, and if she makes different motions in any direction, it'll just look dumb. Well, I mean, it in everything. Like, if you change the camera at any point and it has a different animation, we'll do the same thing. Like, if she's running like this and I turn it, and now her foot is in a different location because I turned the camera, it looks stupid. Like, that's horrible. It'll just look jumping. I mean, you can do it if you like, if you want, but I mean, nobody likes an animation that just jumps in awkward ways because you turn the camera. Like, oh, she's standing this way, but if I turn this way, she's standing this way. I've never seen a game in the world do that, and there's a reason. It does not look right. The animation should be fluid, preferably. But, like I say, you can't adjust the camera and have her be in different locations at each one. That's jarring and weird. Show me an example of that looking okay. Good luck. That's like animation 101. Where animations must give the illusion of being continuous, or it is jarring and weird. I guess unless your style is to be jarring and weird. I have seen that before. It is jarring and weird. That's probably why that's the style. Like a puppeteer type of thing. Puppets move in weird, jarring ways. But they still transition from location to location. They don't just... You look at them a different way and they're not just suddenly facing a new direction. It doesn't work like that. I gotta do something about this. This just sucks. It's the ball. I think if I can just do this and cheat. Make it less solid. When I was explaining what you sound like to me, like, you know, literally your character's running in one direction and then you change the camera and they're in a different location. She's running this way, but then I turn this camera a bit and suddenly her feet are in a different location, her hands are in a different location because the animation isn't exactly the same. Which is not a good thing. You do not want that. It will look terrible. I prefer things look better than that. I really got to be careful with this flatten tool. Every time it just leads to these giant chasms. I guess it doesn't got to look perfect, but I got to remember nighttime before I get all, this shouldn't look this way. I could probably look at it at night and go, maybe it looks better. Like I'm supposed to. Kind of wish I could just edit it like this and have it look correct. But it's obviously too dark to see. Yeah, I mean, like, that doesn't even look bad. Whereas previously, I mean, in the light, it looks horrible. Okay, after messing with it, it doesn't look as bad, but the mountains up there don't look bad. I mean, obviously, the spires like that look terrible, but that big mountain didn't look that bad. I guess these could be hovering in air too, for that matter. There could be more jumps. Doesn't gotta be realistic. And again, I gotta deal with that, but that's fine. I'll get to you. Oh, it's 7:39 a.m. Oh, that is approaching late 30 to me. Yes. How late am I streaming today? Probably not too much longer. Maybe another 21 minutes, and I probably should stop. It'd be 8 a.m. at that point. I do still potentially have to work today. If a client messages me, I have to work. I do like money. Thankfully, I already mailed out everything I needed to, so I don't have to get up early to go to the post office. Of course, I would just... Well, not post office, but to the mailbox. One of the post mailboxes, the ones that I have to actually drive to. I already did that, so... That's nice. I'm fine with that. This spire right here is awful. I think tomorrow I'm definitely going to play with enemies instead. I'm tired of messing with the landscape for the moment. Like, it's fun to do sometimes. I mean, it's just prototyping it out where I want everything to be. And nothing is finalized with the landscape by any stretch of the imagination. I have the tool strength set way too high for this particular tool. This tool is the kind of tool you want to finesse. Oh, that is ugly. Oh, ugly. Flatten the area that they're actually going to play in. Maybe erosion this a bit, so it's not perfect. Same thing with this, less perfect. Get to you in a second. Oops, click off the thing. I'm not sure I want to smooth this per se. I think I want it to be up a little higher, honestly. But I did kind of click off that, so I can't really read what people are saying if I do that. Yeah, I'll go until like 8 o'clock and then I'll stop. As much as I enjoy streaming, I also like sleep too. Sometimes. Not that often. I definitely should get it more than I do. The erosion tool is so good for just getting a quick, you know, fix up these giant walls of just pure stone. Yeah, I like that you enjoy them. Yes. Sure, I'm sure everyone would enjoy them. I don't know, I mean, if it wasn't for health problems, I'd stream more often. Oh, it works for me, man. I'm just doing my own thing on here too, so yeah. Now the CIA doesn't like animators. I don't know if you know this. I definitely have the camp that animation needs to be perfectly correct, and that's why you need to, you know, perfectly animate Jiggle for female characters, because it's about properly animating something and not about, you know, being all pacing. Right? This is about respect for the craft of animating here. I do love that. Yes. CIA does not respect. They should. They should really respect it more than they do. But no. I'm getting lazy with this tool now. I don't like these solid mass things. I guess it looks okay to a point, but I think I like it better when it's got a bit of dirt on it, to be honest. I've never encountered a... Well, it's unusual to encounter a mountain that's perfect rock, straight up and down. I've seen it, usually because something broke off. Otherwise, a solid gray just looks horrific to me. Yeah. The erosion tool is just doing great things, especially with this RPGMaker map. The best map. This is my brush. How do you like my brush? Is my brush cool? It makes a good brush, by the way. That's because it's just random enough. Like, you could take any random map from those games, and like they were just so random with so much colors on them, they just worked out great. They made great maps with them because it, like, you just see what it does. I don't know what you can't stand about it. I mean, they look great. Like, Unreal makes everything look great. It's amazing. So much less effort for everything. It's just... What a wonderful engine. I think I used a garbage engine like RPGMaker for as long as I did. What the fuck is wrong with me? Pardon the language, but sometimes. It merits it when talking about RPGMaker. PTSD. We're seeing code now. Screw seeing code. I need to uninstall Visual Studio Pro and scrub my brain of all JavaScript. Oh, that's not Unreal's fault. That is actually a texture made by the people who made this landscaping thing, and I haven't changed it. That came with the pack. So Unreal's just doing what it was told. However, you can change it to your heart's content to whatever you like. You don't even have to use this one. This is just one someone made. So you could literally just, you know, swap these out and do whatever you like. Am I gonna? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. There's actually a new system behind the landscaping that I don't quite understand how they work. For that the other one uses, I forgot what it's called, but I don't know. It doesn't work the same way. I can't get it to do the paint method that I was doing, which, you know, you'll probably just paint the things on the landscape like this. Or I just go, okay, well, there's a cobblestone road right here now, and now there's a cobblestone road right here. A very wide cobblestone road. I couldn't get the other one to do that. I mean, listen, if it's Japan, there probably is a random vending machine that sells healing items and weapons. Because it's Japan, and everything comes in a vending machine. In fact, if you went to a baby hospital and you put in money and out popped a baby Japanese kid, it wouldn't surprise me. Like, that could be like their stork. They explain how the kids come from vending machines. I mean, you can do anything with the textures you want. It's like literally like you program your textures to do anything. Like this is someone programming it to do exactly this. So don't assume that this is how all textures are. This is literally how one thing is. This one guy's thing. It is not like anyone else's. I just like how the effect works out for the most part because it comes out perfectly fine, especially when you realize that it's going to be at night. So it doesn't matter too much. I mean, in this, it just ends up looking pretty decent. That's the thing. So, I'm obviously going to change that a bit. I don't know why she's getting all dark there. I guess she's blocking the light here. Interesting. Oh no! But yeah, the free assets have some really neat things. I just like this one because you can paint the... it has enough random things like snow and sand and cobblestone and things like that. I could make a really big one that has all of them though. I really could. Wouldn't be that hard to do. It's just, I have it. That's my explanation. Like I'm just literally adding things like that, but... I don't know. I may change some of the textures and things like that. A lot of people just do real prototyping with blocks, which I say that's just slow and crappy. I don't know why you would ever do that when you could just literally do this and it uses probably less memory. It's so efficient. Getting blocks to do all this would be hard. And then once you drop things on top of this, like it changes so much. Yeah. But once you're inside the paintings, I don't even have to follow the rules of anything because you're inside of a painting. So I have an excuse to do just about anything. And then in the attic area, she's tiny. She's a doll. So everything's intentionally large. I kind of want that to be a little jarring, you know, when you go between the two locations, you know, she goes from being huge to tiny. Yeah. Or I mean, tiny to, like, you know, huge. Because out here, you know, everything's going to be ginormous. She's going to look at these, like, tables, and these tables are massive, and she comes out here and things are tiny. I made the tents a little bigger, but I also realized if they're like a circus tent, they're usually kind of big, so that seemed kind of weird to me. But most of the other stuff is kind of tiny. These are kind of large. I might change that out. I don't know if I like the large stuff. But, yeah, I want it to be more like the size of those. But in these, I really want the platforming to be... I don't want pits in here. I want the platforming to be you actually jump on top of various, you know, furniture and things like that. You know, I'll make the platforms like that, because that seems more fitting, you know? That's the kind of thing I'm expecting, where she's, you know, running around all these things, fighting on them or whatever.